convening the meeting, so I want to go ahead and convene the meeting. It looks like the recording has started. So please keep in mind that we are recording. And for identification purposes, I would suggest that as you speak, at least for the first part, identifying yourself. We should do introductions. I think that would be appropriate for myself, at least, to see and put faces with each individual. And so I will start off. Floyd Brzezinski, State Senator, represent District 4, which includes about half of Eugene, all of Springfield, and a little bit of the rural area to the south. And for those who I've not met in the past, my assignment, primary assignment in the legislature is chairing Senate Judiciary. And I will let staff figure out who they want to call on next.
Justice Bronson, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Bronson James. I'm with the Oregon Supreme Court.
And Sarah Stewart, I believe you're on the line.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Stewart. I am a victim services representative. I am a director at Kids First, which is the CAC for Lane County. Good to see you.
And DA Eastman.
Josh Eastman, Josephine County District Attorney.
Lindsay, do you want me to maybe continue with roll? And if you're here, introduce yourself.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay. Chief Administrative Officer Norton.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Norton. I am the Chief Administrative Officer for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz.
Thank you. Director Gowiran.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Nice to see you. Happy Friday right before Memorial Day weekend, by the way. I'm Nate Gowiran. I'm the Director of Washington County Community Corrections and also representing on this particular panel the President of the Oregon Association of Community Corrections Directors.
Thank you. Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell.
Good morning, all. Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell, Multnomah County Sheriff.
Thank you. And then Representative Krupp, who I believe is not present. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Lindsay, and we do have quorum.
Great. Thanks, Avery. Senator Brzezinski, would you like staff to introduce themselves?
Yes, please. Absolutely.
All right. So I'll start first. So for the record, I'm Lindsay Collins. I am the program manager for the JRP grant program here at the CJC. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Catherine Talon.
Hey, I'm Catherine Talon. I'm a senior research analyst here at CJC, and I work with the Justice Reinvestment data. Pass to Avery.
Thanks, Catherine. I'm Avery Sorensen. I'm a grant liaison here at the CJC, helping out on Justice Reinvestment.
And I believe Carrie, our other senior researcher, will be joining the call a little bit later. She will also be supporting Catherine, so you might see her pop in later. But other than that, that's the staff that you'll see today presenting for JRP.
All right, Lindsay, I'm going to let staff run the show. As I mentioned, I have not been able to pull up the agenda. I looked at it last night. And normally I think it's better to have free flow with the staff kind of at the controls and having me try to ceremoniously do this and that.
Sounds great. Well, fortunately, I did prepare some slides, so I think we're hopefully in a good spot. Let me just go ahead and share those. All right, can everybody see those slides?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I don't know if you all can see, but we have about 160 slides to get through, just a few. So we'll try to move at an appropriate clip. But thank you all for being here. Appreciate you all making time. I know it's, as Nate has said, the Friday before a long weekend. So thank you for being here. Today's meeting is intended to gather your feedback for applicants, their applications for the 2025-2027 preliminary application. No decisions or actions will be taken today. So while we do have quorum at this point, we can flex with that. As Senator Przanski said, this is a public meeting, so it is being recorded. The chat feature is turned off. So if you do have anything that you'd like to add or any comments, please feel free at any time to raise your hand or jump in, chime in. This is meant to be a free flow discussion. And we've already introduced ourselves, but this is the team and our more, I guess, formal titles. And we've already done roll call, so already ahead of the game. Look at that. The agenda for today, we'll start the review process here shortly, and then we'll break for lunch at 12. We have a 30-minute break planned with a 5-minute buffer on each side. We can check in with everybody and see how they're feeling if you'd like to push through to a working lunch. But right now we have it scheduled as a firm break for people. And then we'll continue with the application review and then close out the review, the preliminary application review. Our plan is to take a 5-minute break every hour just for people to reset their eyes because we are in this virtual environment. However, again, we'll kind of check in and get a little bit of a consensus, see where people are. And at this time, we'll open the floor. We don't have any public comment, but we'll open the floor for public comment. As a reminder, we are not able to respond to questions during this meeting, and we ask that comments be limited to 2 minutes or less. So I'll open the floor for comment. We have none scheduled at this point. And hearing no comments, we'll go ahead and move forward into the presentation. So I'm sure most of you all are already familiar with the JRP's purpose. So their purpose is to provide funding for counties to plan, implement, and expand initiatives that establish a process to assess individuals and provide a continuum of community-based sanctions, services, and programs. The goals: reduce recidivism while holding individuals accountable and increasing public safety, also reducing prison usage while protecting public safety and holding individuals accountable. So the JRP grant application process, we're firmly in the preliminary application phase. So we're kind of right there in the middle where we are doing the review with the GRC. So the intent of this is to provide that feedback from the GRC to applicants so that we can then move into the final application phase. So today we'll get into a little bit more detail of the staff analysis process and the GRC's role before we move right into the application reviews. And with that, I'll turn it over to Catherine to discuss the triage and data portions of the staff analysis.
All right, thank you. So I think for most of the grant review committee members, this should be pretty familiar, but I'll just give a little bit of an overview of our triage process. So House Bill 3064 required that the GRC adopt a formal triage process to promote efficient use of time and resources, which of course, when we have this many counties, is really helpful. And so we created a multi-tiered system of review in conjunction with the GRC to accomplish that. Next slide. All right, and so for our larger counties, and I'll discuss in a minute what happens for our smaller counties, we use a triage tool, which looks like this plot, to sort of divide the counties up into buckets based on their overall prison usage measures. So this is an example with some fake counties just to sort of show visually what this would look like. And what this really does is it takes two particular prison use measures based on the overall, on the number of prison months used in this, as of this period of time compared to last year, and then also compared to the historic baseline, which we'll get into a little bit later as well. And the time frame for this review is February of 2024 to February of 2025. So when we say this year versus last year, what we're really looking at is February. And we decided to use that because that is the data that applicants were looking at on our dashboards at the time they were filling out their applications. And we will keep that data time frame throughout this application process. Just for consistency and so that applicants and the GRC and commission are all working with the same set of data. So just one more thing on that last slide. So these three categories we've sort of based on both of those measures being positive or indicating increasing usage, both of those measures being negative or showing decreasing usage, or the case where one is showing increasing and one is showing decreasing usage. So for those where we're both of those, we see over baseline and increasing usage. Those are going to be our orange group. Under baseline and increasing usage or over and decreasing usage is our yellow group. And then our green group is going to be those where we see decreasing usage in the last year and compared to their baseline. All right, thank you. And so for small counties, which means those under 35,000 population, we can see some higher volatility in their prison use data just because they're smaller and the volume of data is a lot smaller. And then when we go to look at that data subdivided by race, gender, crime type, any particular information about the data, it gets even smaller and more volatile. So our small counties are excluded from that triaging plot that we just showed. Instead, we just look at a set piece of data for all of those small counties that's a little bit more tailored to working for smaller data sets. All right, so one of the things that the GRC requested a few years back was that CJC staff put together an equity tool. And so the tool that we put together is sort of what we're calling a probation disparity tool. And this really looks at the point in the process where JRP is able to have an effect really at sentencing, right? Once someone's been convicted of a JRP eligible crime and there's a decision point for what their sentence is going to be, this is where this tool comes in. And really it just measures the difference in the number of people getting probation versus prison between white and non-white groups. And I can walk through the details of this maybe a little later with some examples. But essentially what we're looking at is the number of individuals more of a group who would need to receive probation instead of a prison sentence in order for a white and non-white group to be at parity within that program. All right, so what this is going to look like moving through all of the applications is that based on where the county, a large county, falls on that triage plot or on the fact that it's a small county, those that are green, which are those below baseline and decreasing usage counties on the large plot, or if a county is small, they're in this category, we will be looking at or presenting to the GRC racial disparity tool for sentencing and doing an application review. For those that had prison use in the last, at this point below their baseline and increasing usage in the last year, so they fall into that yellow group, We will show the racial disparity tool for sentencing, do an overview of all their prison usage data, and an application review. And then for those counties that were above their baseline and saw increasing usage in the last year, we'll review the racial disparity tool, prison usage data generally, as well as data by crime type specifically, and do an application review. And I do want to note, this is just based on the triaging process. If there's more information that you all would like to see, we have that available to assist in your review of the applications.
Thanks, Catherine. Go ahead, Nate.
Oh, thank you. Is there any disparity tools related to any of the other demographics like age or gender? I'm curious because a lot of what we're doing in community corrections has to do with making sure that we're very much informed on the types of populations that we're engaging with, more specifically with the gender responsive types of supervision strategies, as well as age, because we're seeing some differences in how we need to engage folks that are younger, specifically the 18 to 25-year-old population, and and would encourage any types of studies there that the CJC might have to help us inform those types of decisions. And I've also noticed in the applications that there are some folks that are trying to stand up some of those programs to engage those folks.
Yeah, so right now we don't have a tool for that. I think that when we created this equity tool, the best data we had available was for race and ethnicity. And so that was sort of the best data for us to use in a tool. But this year, I will say, and we'll see that a little bit later on, we have broken down our disparity tool by the female and male population. And we do see some differences there, although it is still based on race groups. So we don't have anything specifically for those. And that really was just based on the best data that we had to create an equity tool.
Thanks for the question. So moving in, Catherine talked a little bit about the level of review. So we'll kind of, I know we talked about this in our March meeting, but just as a reminder, what you'll kind of be seeing today. So the application review that the staff did will include it evaluating and verifying the information the county was sharing in their applications, and then presenting it to the GRC for review and feedback. So staff begins with reviewing each county's program narratives, assessing alignment with the review and evaluation criteria, and then we would then condense that into the information basically that you're seeing on the slide there for each county's programs. So some counties might have 9 programs. You'll see this snapshot for each one of those programs to include our recommended feedback for GRC's consideration or adoption. One of the things that we added this biennium to is kind of program status. So most of the programs that you'll see today are existing programs, meaning that they've been improved for most of the time, multiple bienniums, and haven't really changed much. There are some new programs, and you'll see that indicated on those slides too. And then we also do an eligibility review. So we take what's required from statute, rule, solicitation, and we review every application and ensure that every county meets that minimum eligibility requirement. If they don't, there's then communication from staff before this GRC meeting to try to kind of get them up to eligibility status. And great news, every county did meet minimum eligibility requirements. So that process is good. You'll see kind of that green check mark on each county's slide to kind of indicate that, or as a reminder that that county has met eligibility requirements. Avery sent out an email just prior to this meeting with a resource document that has this checklist, as well as kind of the triage tool and where each county is, and then another graph that we'll get to in a minute, or another table, I should say. For your reference throughout the presentation, if you'd like a reminder of what the eligibility requirements are. And so again, I know this is something we presented in March, but to go over it again, rule and statute outline the review and evaluation criteria as those listed on this slide. So that's what we also use to evaluate applications, and kind of went from there. So you'll see that reflected in our recommendations and whatnot. So in the next slide, we'll provide an example tool that that may help organize this part of the review process. Or excuse me, it's the slide after this. So GRC's role today, it's to provide feedback to applicants to strengthen their final application. So that's what we're looking for. And applicants are definitely looking for that. You know, how do we make this application meet the requirements that the GRC is looking for and that meet rule and statute? So in that document that Avery sent, we provided you with kind of this checklist or this guide to kind of remind you all of what the rule and statute says. It is obviously entirely up to you if you want to use it. It's just something that, you know, as we kind of move through, if you want to reference as we kind of talk about the applications, if counties are meeting this criteria. All right, so I will pause here for any questions before we get into we start getting into the review, the application review. All right, so we'll move into the below baseline decreasing usage, the green category. There are a couple counties in this one, but this will just present the racial disparity tool and then the application review. At the end of each slide, I'll kind of ask for, or at the end of each county's application review, I'll ask for the GRC's feedback, adoption of staff recommended feedback, or any other comments or questions. But of course, feel free to interject at any point with any thoughts or concerns. All right, moving into Clackamas County.
All right, I will jump in. So this is our sort of first view of the racial disparity tool or probation equity tool in this context. So Clackamas County is a larger county. They fall in that green sort of triage plot. So this is the only piece of data that we are initially presenting today. And so, like I mentioned, I think in rounds past, we have not broken this up by female and male population. And so I wanted to just point out a few things as an example on this plot. Even in a larger county like Clackamas, the female population is quite small. And so we see some breaks in the data for this equity plot. And I just want to note that we're going to see that quite a few times throughout, particularly for our small counties, which is sort of the next category that we're going to walk through. So if you look at, for example, the Asian, Native, and Native populations for the female group specifically, we see some breaks around 2019, 2020, 2021, which is not shocking because we saw a drop in most data points in the criminal justice system at that point, but also for that smaller population that can come up. So all that really means is that there was either 0 white individuals or 0 individuals of that non-white group convicted of a JRP crime in that time period, or sentenced to prisoner probation in that time period. So for Clackamas County here, this I would say is a pretty good example of a county where we don't really see any longstanding disparity. So what we would note is if there were positive values, so above 0 values for a particular group over a long period of time here, we would just make a note that there is a pretty consistent pattern of individuals of that particular group getting probation sentences less often than individuals of the white group in that program. In this case, we don't see that, right? We see a lot of 0 values throughout for all the different groups, and we see some bouncing above and below that 0 line. So I don't, we don't know any disparities for Clackamas County. This is maybe a good place for me to pause, and if there are questions about this tool, I'm happy to explain further as well. Yeah, Nate.
Sorry, it takes me a couple of times to review the definitions and
Sure.
and to process them. I know you went over the definitions of the negative values and the positive
Yeah.
values. That's my first question. If you could just redo that. And then
Sure.
my second question is, do you have the average over the course of this data set from 2012 to 2024? Like, in other words, is there a trend line? I know I see it going like this, but is there a trend line over the course of that time frame? And maybe there's some sort of a equation that we can take a look at, and then the actual outcome of that number.
Okay. So I'll start with sort of the positive and negative values. And so maybe I'll just start by saying, let's take a look at for the Latinx male group in 2018, we have a value of 4. And so what that means is that in 2018 in Clackamas County, for the male group, so let's just take all males, 4 more Latinx individuals received a prison sentence instead of a probation sentence than we would expect if the white male group and the Latinx male group were at parity. So that just means that the higher percentage of Latinx males in that year received a prison sentence than white males in that year. And the number of individuals that would have to change in order for that to be the same percentage is 4. And so that's meaningful for 1 year. And I, of course, and especially in a large county, 4 individuals isn't necessarily indicative of a pattern, right? So that just has to do with sort of how many cases there were that year who happen to be in those cases. But because what we're looking at is post-conviction, so these individuals have already been convicted. So any disparities that may have arisen at the arrest point, at the conviction point, at the anywhere in the courts, those are really sort of mitigated by the fact that we're only looking at individuals who have already been convicted. And so what we're really looking at is the sentencing decision here. So what we want to know is if year over year over year, we see a positive value here, we would say there's sort of a pattern of a disparity here. And what that really only means is a mathematical disparity. So I do want to point that out too, right? That doesn't mean there's a bias necessarily. It could, but what we need is for the county to sort of explain and dig into what local factors are contributing to that difference in the sentencing practices there. Okay, so that's the definition there. If the value is negative, it just has the opposite meaning, right? So in 2019, for example, we see a value of -5 for that same group. So that just means 5 fewer individuals, 5 fewer Latinx men were sentenced to prison than we would expect if there was parity. And so seeing that bounce between +4, -5, 2 years later, it's +3 again, that is pretty indicative that there's no pattern there, right? That's just what's happening based on what cases are coming through. So that's hopefully that gets to sort of what the definition of those numbers are, positive and negative. As far as a trend line goes, while we could make a trend line for that figure, it's not particularly meaningful. And I think that comes down to the fact that we're looking at an actual number of individuals here. And because there's sometimes negative values, what we're going to mostly end up with is like maybe a small negative or a small positive value over a really long period of time. But because the temporal nature of these data is really important, we really want to know over what period of time are we seeing no zeros or no negatives. Doing a long trend line may not be the most helpful piece of data. It certainly could be made, but also I think what we get to when we're discussing what may be causing this disparity is the actual number of individuals that it's affecting and sort of the time period and what the programming is working towards in that community at that time. So that's sort of why we aren't just already putting a trend line on here. And I'm sorry, Nate, I know you had a third question, and I think that I maybe didn't get to it yet.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I think it would be helpful if we added all of the negatives and positives of this particular graph, divided it by however many data sets that we have there, and then that would get you the number over the course of time. And in this case, it looks like 12 years. So some of this, I mean, you see a wide range, and it looks to me like in this particular graph that it would zero out over the course of time.
Right. I agree. Over this course of time, it does appear it would zero out. And I think that's just, that's sort of when I'm looking at this and just thinking about what these particular numbers look like to me is just no disparities, right? Over time, it doesn't appear we have any patterns or anything here that's going to indicate a disparity.
All right, I think Nate, good to move on to, okay. So moving on to the narrative review, Clackamas, their first program is the Clackamas Substance Abuse Program. So CSAP is a structured high dosage residential treatment program for individuals assessed as medium or high risk. It uses validated tools like the PSC, LSCMI, and ASAM criteria to guide placement and services. The program reduces recidivism and prison usage by targeting substance use and criminogenic thinking through cognitive behavioral interventions and structured accountability. So this is an existing program. Our staff recommended feedback is to provide clarity on the program's culturally responsive strategies with specific examples. So really looking for some of those specific components that are outlined in the question. In the application. And their second program is the Clackamas County Jail Program. This is a jail-based cognitive behavioral program that prepares incarcerated individuals for reentry. It includes MAT support, therapeutic dorms, and a connection to CSAP and probation. The program reduces prison usage and recidivism, and its target population is medium and high risk male participants. This is also an existing program, and staff recommended feedback is to provide clarity on the program's use of assessments, specifically how the LCSMI and WARNA are used in programming, and if women will be included using the WARNA. So basically, indicating that this target population was male participants, but trying to understand the assessments used there, especially the WARNA. And going into their last two programs, the short-term transitional leave program, STL allows individuals to leave prison early into a supervised housing setting where they receive parole and probation officer monitoring, employment support, and service navigation. This program reduces prison usage and recidivism, not and/or, it's and recidivism. And it serves medium and high risk individuals. We did not have any feedback for this program. And Clackamas's last program is their downward departure program. So this is a new program, and it diverts downward departure eligible clients from prison through a multidisciplinary model combining supervision, behavioral health, peer support, and law enforcement. Weekly team meetings, risk-based interventions, and swift sanctions promote accountability and reduce revocations. So we did not have any recommended feedback for this program either. And so with that, kind of opening up the floor to the GRC, would you like to adopt this feedback? Any feedback that you would like to add to these programs? Lisa?
Yes, so this is just a general question. I thought for programs that were existing that we were going to and maybe it was just in my head, we were going to evaluate if, or we would want to see the evaluation of how these programs have been beneficial. Does that make sense? Am I missing something? I know that they, like this one in particular, choose to give 3% of their evaluation fees to you all, but how do we know it's working, right? If we're going to refund something, how do we know it's working? Or how, and not just us, but how does Clackamas County or any county know that the interventions that they're putting in place work? So that's kind of my general question overall.
Yeah, it's a great question. Right now, kind of going back to the criteria that we use to evaluate and review, it was more kind of around the design of the program and those kind of 4 criteria. But I hear you on wanting to see maybe a little bit more outcome based narratives there. It's something that we didn't put out this biennium, but I know is of interest to the GRC, to the commission, and it's something that we're working towards for future biennia. Does that
Thank
answer
you.
your question? Okay.
I mean, it does. It doesn't answer it the way I want, but most things in life aren't the way I want. So,
Right.
okay, I will not use that criteria moving forward then.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments before we move on to the next county? All right. Moving on to Clatsop.
Thank you. Yeah, so Clatsop County, I think, is a good example of, while it's technically a large county, they have a fairly small population comparatively. And so we see a lot of sort of blank spaces in this plot. However, I would say for Latinx males, we have a really decent amount of information here, and we're able to sort of follow that over time. And it looks like we see a lot of bouncing around at, above, and below 0 over the time period. And so we don't see any particular disparity in this case.
Thanks, Catherine. So moving into Clatsop's programs, there are 4. So their first program is a downward departure program. So this is an existing program, and it provides supervision and treatment for individuals sentenced to probation rather than prison. It uses CBT, mental health support, incentives, and substance use treatment to promote behavior change. So this serves medium and high risk individuals. Staff did not have any clarifications that we noted. The second program is the Bilingual Victim Services Initiative. So this is a new program. It's an initiative to expand access to trauma-informed victim services through bilingual advocacy, interpretation, and multilingual outreach. So this serves low to high risk individuals, non-English speaking, and underserved victims participating in restorative or diversion programs. Our staff feedback is to provide clarity on the program's use of the PSC to tailor support to victims. So, and also clarify if the program mixes risk levels, since they are working with that low to high risk population. And the third program is the trauma-informed, gender and culturally responsive programming. This is a new program, and this program offers trauma-informed EPICS framework-based supervision, CBT, and culturally tailored case planning for high needs participants. This program serves high and medium risk individuals charged with property JRP eligible crimes. And we did not have any clarification requested from staff. And the last program is the Transitional Housing Program. So this is also a new program, and this program provides stable housing tied to supervision and culturally responsive case management. It targets those most at risk of revocation due to housing instability, especially BIPOC, LGBTQIA+ clients. It serves low to high risk individuals, and our only recommended feedback is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. So I'll pause there for any GRC, if the GRC would like to adopt this feedback or add anything or ask any questions about the the programs with feedback. Justice James.
Hi, thank you. And I apologize for asking this question. You may have already covered it, and I may have missed it. But when a county lists multiple programs like this, and ultimately this is about funding and resources being directed to those counties, do we have a sense of the sort of breakdown of percentages that these programs, where would the money, if you have 4 programs, and do we know if one of those is consuming 90% of the requested resources and the remaining 10% divided amongst the other 3 programs? Do we have that information, or how do we assess that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that. So the preliminary application, we don't ask for a budget sheet during the preliminary application phase. We ask for that in the final application. That's for a few reasons, but primarily because we don't have an approved funding table, so that breakdown of what each county will get. We don't have that approved yet, and therefore we can't give it to the counties to plan their budget. So we look at that portion, or the budget portion, in the final application. That's when we'll see how much money is going to each program, where it's expected to go, and kind of have more of that detail, because we will have that funding table approved.
So would that be the point at time? Because, for example, with some of these programs, I see some of them sort of squarely within the concept of justice reinvestment, and others I see as sort of more on the bubble of justice reinvestment. And so in that later stage, if it turns out that the funds are being asked to go to 90% towards a program that is sort of on the bubble, you would push back at that point. Do I understand that correctly?
So at this point, that's kind of where the recommended feedback would come into play. So if you're having kind of that perspective of maybe there's a program that you believe is on the bubble, you can kind of provide that feedback at this point. But beyond that, we are looking at more of like the program design.
Okay.
So again, those review and evaluation criteria, and then we kind of let the counties decide how to use that money and allocate that money. But again, the GRC's role is to provide feedback. So if you're looking at a program today and you're kind of saying like, hey, maybe can you provide a little more justification or alignment or description to JRP goals and how this is supporting those things, that's kind of the purpose for today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Columbia County.
All right, yeah, jumping to Columbia County. This looks fairly similar to Clatsop in that really the only group we have a long period of time of data for is for the Latinx meals. And it appears that for all groups that we have data for, there's no particular disparity for this county.
Right. And I'll go ahead and move into the narrative review. So Columbia County only had one program, and it's an existing program. It's been around for a bit. So this is a downward departure program that diverts presumptive prison cases into intensive supervision and treatment under downward departure probation. It includes a multidisciplinary team of a DDA, a parole officer, and a case specialist, and offers trauma-informed care, peer mentoring, and substance use and mental health services, as well as structured accountability. So this program's target population is medium and high-risk individuals, and staff did not have any feedback for this program. Any feedback, or would the GRC like to adopt this recommended feedback or add anything else? All right, moving into Jackson County.
All right, so a little bit a larger county again, and so but even here we see that for the female group we have a lot of missings. We do have pretty good data for the Latinx female group, and that doesn't appear to have any disparities over time. If we take a look at male group for Jackson County, for most groups we see many multiple zeros and bouncing above and below the line. In the earlier part of this time period, we do see some a little bit of a sustained positive value here, but we for the Latinx male group, but we see a 0 in 2020, as negative in 2021, and in the last few years we've seen a lot more of that bouncing between positive and negative.
Thanks, Catherine. So Jackson County has 5 programs that we'll go over. Their first program is a peer mentoring program that provides trauma-informed, culturally responsive support for adults on supervision through a partnership with the Pathfinder Network. This program does, its goals are to reduce prison usage and recidivism. It serves low to high risk individuals charged with JRP eligible crimes. Staff feedback is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. And their second program is the Voices of Lived Experience. VLE convenes individuals with lived experience of supervision to provide structured feedback on program and policy design. While it does not provide direct services, its influence on culturally responsive practice, staff training, and system accountability has supported broader JRP aligned improvements across the county. So this program does serve low to high risk individuals. It is existing, and staff feedback includes clarifying if the program mixes risk levels. Jackson County's third program is the Transitional Care Program. This is a 150-day residential program using CBI curricula and trauma-informed care to stabilize participants and prevent revocation. This program serves medium and high-risk individuals or adults on supervision with substance use disorders. It's an existing program, and staff did not have any clarifications. Jackson County's fourth program is the Jail Release Resource Program. The JRRP supports people exiting jail with pre-release planning and post-release stabilizations. It links participants to housing, peer support, OHP, and treatment with continued follow-up from community justice officers. This is an existing program. Its target population serves low to high-risk individuals leaving jail custody. It focuses on JRP eligible crimes. And I think I said this, but maybe not. It's an existing program, and staff feedback is to just clarify if the program mixes risk levels. And Jackson County's last program, the Nathan Beard Job Development Program. NBJD provides employment-related support to adults on supervision through community-based drop-ins and partnerships. It is an existing program. Its goal is to reduce prison use, and it serves low to risk adults on supervision. Our recommended feedback is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. And so with that being the last program for Jackson County, I'd like to ask the GRC if you'd like to adopt this feedback and or provide any additional feedback to Jackson County. Yes, Lisa.
I just want to clarify, we've been awful quiet today. Do you want us to say out loud we adopt that, or is just our silence taken? Y'all are doing a lot of talking, you've done a lot of work, and so I just want to make sure you're getting what you need from us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. I am taking the silence as you don't have any additional feedback to provide, and trying to ask that question of any additional feedback to give the opportunity, because we do really value and want your input as the subject matter experts, so that these counties can strengthen their application and ensure that they're meeting what you all are looking for. So if you'd like, I can pause a little bit longer for thought, and definitely happy to, but I appreciate also your feedback that we put a lot of work into it, because we've tried to make it as condensed and as succinct, but with all the information that you all might need to move forward and not make this, as Nate said, a long Friday before a long holiday. So yeah. All right, great. Okay, with that, we'll move into Lincoln County and then probably take a 5-minute break just to give everybody a kind of mental break before, actually we'll finish the last 2 counties, Lincoln and Washington, and then move into the next category. All right, Catherine, over to you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I think another example of where really the mail data is a lot better for this particular county, and it appears that we have a decent balance of positive and negative values over time here. We don't see any particular disparities.
All right, moving into Lincoln County. So Lincoln County only has one program. It's their TIDES program. It's a transitional housing program. So TIDES provides structured housing and supervision support to adults on supervision released on STTL or downward departure. The program uses a multitude of validated tools to guide case planning and service intensity. This program's target population is medium to high risk individuals. Its goal is to reduce prison use and recidivism, and staff did not have, for this existing program, did not have any clarifications at this time. So ending with Lincoln County, like to ask the GRC if you would like to adopt this feedback or add any other further feedback for Jackson County. All right. And moving on to the last county before we take a 5-minute break, Washington County.
All right, thank you. Washington County being much larger, we have really good amount of data for both groups here. We don't see really any disparities notable for the female group. For the male group, it looks like up until about 2017, we have pretty good balance of positive and negative values there. We do notice that for the Latinx male group, starting in 2017, we do have sustained positive values, although they are moving a little bit. We're just not seeing it hit 0 or cross 0 for the last couple of years.
Thanks, Catherine.
Sorry, let me.
Yeah,
no, it's all you.
Jump in.
I like just jump in. We don't have to do the hand. Yeah.
It's madness up in here. It's chaos. I don't know if there's a place, but I would like on this particular application, because it's a sustained positive equity, I would really like some further clarification on how they're addressing it, how they're evaluating and addressing it, just so that when we actually evaluate the programs, we have that in hand.
Yeah, I think we can make that note.
I appreciate that.
Lisa, I happen to know a little bit about that.
I wasn't calling anybody out. I think for the final evaluation of the application itself, I think it's going to be, I'm going to ask the questions. So just having them be prepared ahead of time would be good.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll definitely get some justification in there and give the group an update of what has been taking place with JRP and that particular population.
Great, thank you. So we have I think our first feedback. Thank you, Lisa, to incorporate a little bit more detail there. So Washington County's program, the Integrated Reentry Intensive Supervision and Services, it's an existing program that's a downward departure program. It provides intensive individualized supervision as a structured alternative to incarceration. The program integrates trauma-informed practices, court oversight, culturally specific caseloads, and multiple validated assessments to guide supervision. The target population is medium and high risk individuals eligible for downward departure with JRP eligible convictions, and includes culturally specific caseloads. And so to note, no staff feedback, but feedback from the GRC includes incorporating more detail on the different groups that it's serving and how those outcomes are coming about. Is that correct, Lisa?
For the most part, just I imagine they're looking at the same kind of trend line and going, gosh, we need to do something. So, and it sounds like they already are. Just that clarification of what's happening in response to what they're seeing, to be able to just increase, to get that equity on par with the rest of the communities.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Well, with that, that is the first section or first category down. We'll move into the green category for small counties. There are 14 counties in this category. So we'll take a 5-minute break just to give everybody some eye reset and maybe some stretching time, and then we'll come back. So I believe that'll be 10:02 a.m. obviously, but I'll see y'all there. All right. All right, I'll give it a 30 seconds to give everybody a little time to get back to their cameras. Trying to keep on track for Nate. I know he has a long weekend he needs to get to.
I'm feeling like he should invite us all over for this long weekend and food, because I'm just
Yeah.
assuming there's food, but since he's anxious, it must be something fun.
I'm imagining an epic barbecue, and that would be amazing. So.
So this is Floyd. I've been monitoring with my camera off, and I agree. When's the barbecue this weekend so we can all be together?
Everybody on the call, right, Senator Przonski?
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, I mean, I feel like we could have held this at Nate's place and had barbecue at the same time. Two birds, but
Maybe final application. I hear a plan coming together. All right, for the sake of time, I think I'll go ahead and start and see who jumps on. I'm imagining some people just have their cameras off at this point. All right, so moving into this next category, this is also a green category for small counties. We'll go over the same level of information as we did for the previous category. This is just slightly different because of that small county type thing Catherine described in the beginning of the presentation. So like I mentioned earlier, there are 14 counties in this category. So once we get through this, we're over halfway done. So moving into the first county, Baker.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is going to look a lot like a lot of these smaller counties. So one thing I want to say about this measure, and I won't spend too much time on this, but this measure, so each of these individual points is accurate and helpful, for that point in time. So one individual for this program in 2019, maybe more than expected in that group, received a prison sentence, right? But over time, we're not going to have really consistent data for a really small county. So while this is really accurate, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to identifying any particular disparities. So we'll likely walk through these all and say, hey, we don't see any particular disparities here. That doesn't mean there may not be local factors happening, and that's where we rely on sort of applications and county narrative to explain what the population in their county looks like and what their programming is geared towards. So that's just my little disclaimer as we walk through a lot of plots that look like there isn't a ton of data on them, but I will, note every time or almost every time, like this one, we don't see any particular disparity over time for Baker County.
Thanks, Catherine. All right, so Baker County has four programs. Their first one is their downward departure program. It's existing. This program uses probation officer supervision in coordination with prosecutors to divert individuals from prison into community-based alternatives. So this program meets the JRP goals to reduce prison usage and recidivism. Its target population is medium to high risk individuals convicted of JRP eligible crimes and eligible for downward departure. Our staff feedback includes providing clarity around accountability metrics for participants. So just providing a little bit more detail in their answer. Moving into the second program, Community Service Work Crew Program. This is also an existing program. This program offers community service as a structured alternative to jail or prison, allowing participants to remain employed and connected to community supports. It meets the JRP goals to reduce prison usage and recidivism. It serves low to high risk individuals convicted of JRP eligible crimes. And staff recommended feedback is to provide clarity around the strategies used to reduce recidivism and clarify if the program mixes risk levels. So again, just looking for more of that detail on kind of the why. There's just a little bit more like a gap in information there. And Baker County's third program, the Jail Moral Recognition Therapy. This is also an existing program. This jail-based MRT group provides continuity of treatment for individuals incarcerated in Baker County. It is designed to address criminogenic thinking and prepare participants for reentry. The target population includes low to high risk individuals. And the recommended staff feedback is to provide clarity around the strategies used to reduce recidivism and increase public safety, and also to provide clarity around the accountability metrics for participants. Again, also just looking for a little bit more detail so that staff and GRC can understand what the program is doing, kind of the design around it, and how they're executing the program. And the fourth and last program for Baker County is the New Directions Treatment Services Program. New Directions offers behavioral health treatment, peer support, and employment services for referred clients. This is an existing program. It's designed to reduce recidivism, and its target population is for low to high risk individuals. Staff recommended feedback is to provide clarity around the strategies used to reduce recidivism and clarify if the program mixes risk levels. So again, just looking for a little bit more detail, and then that clarification of if the program is mixing risk levels. So with that being the last program for Baker County, would the GRC like to adopt this feedback or add any further feedback?
I think it would be, I mean, just because the feedback seems to be around a lot of the same things, I would hope we would, this is a smaller county, so hopefully reaching out and offering more individual assistance just to ensure that, they're getting their needs met in terms of application creation and stuff. So not really feedback, just maybe an extra hand or 3.
Absolutely. It's a great point, and we can kind of note it as feedback as, staff, to ensure that staff are reaching out to this county and smaller counties. And just for kind of some situational awareness, that is the plan in between is to have set aside times for counties and staff to have conversations around like, hey, this is kind of what we're looking for. What can we support you with? How do we take it to the final kind of step? So appreciate that feedback. Any other feedback? All right, we will go ahead and move into Crook County.
Right. Yeah. So Crook County, we do have, I would say, a pretty decent amount of information for Latinx males, and it doesn't appear that for that group or any other group, of course, we see any consistent disparity.
Thanks, Catherine. Crook County has 3 programs. Their first is the Downward Departure Deputy District Attorney. So this program is an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison use, and its target population is medium and high risk adults on supervision with mental health or co-occurring needs. Staff did not have any requested clarifications for this program. The second program is the mental health technician. This is also an existing program. This program delivers in-jail and community-based mental health support through a dedicated technician who coordinates assessments, care planning, crisis response, and diversion options. This program serves medium and high-risk individuals, and staff did not have any recommended feedback for this program. And the last program for Crook County is the Downward Departure Parole and Probation Deputy. This is an existing program. This parole and probation deputy supervises all downward departure cases using evidence-based practices, validated assessments, and compliance monitoring. So this program serves medium and high-risk individuals supervised on downward departure in the community, and staff did not have any clarification requested for this county. So that being the last program, would the GRC like to adopt staff feedback or provide any further feedback? All right, we'll move into Curry County.
All right. So again, for Curry County, we don't see any particular disparity over time.
Thanks, Catherine. Moving into the narrative, there's only one program. It is an existing program. It's the Driving Offense Supervision Program. So this program, this is a new program. This program's is a new initiative that creates formal supervision for individuals with repeat driving related convictions who were previously unsupervised. This program uses validated assessments to develop individualized case plans with the goal of preventing future violations and reducing reliance on incarceration. The JRP goals that it addresses are to reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals charged with repeat driving crimes. So Curry County is new to applying, which is great, and we're definitely celebrating. And this was a great application. Our recommended feedback, and Lisa, kind of to your point, we'll have this conversation, and we've been in conversation with Curry County, but we'll continue to do that. Is to provide clarity on how equity and culturally responsive practices are embedded internally. Provide clarification on how the program ensures appropriate service delivery when mixing risk levels or different risk levels. And that's kind of geared more towards a small county that may not have as many resources. So trying to kind of understand that, yep, might not be able to avoid that, but what are some of the risk mitigation strategies there? So that being Curry County's only program, would GRC like to adopt that feedback or add any additional feedback?
I just wanted to share real quick before we move on to the next. Thank you for that additional clarification, because I do remember from last year we were looking at counties that don't have as many resources available, and you providing that you're working with them on what are those and how are they able to utilize those internally or in their programs. So if you would continue with, if you're doing that already with counties, that would be really helpful for me.
Great, thank you for that feedback. We had a lot of conversations with Curry just as a new county, but it's helpful. It's a helpful reminder to have those conversations and ongoing conversations, especially with maybe resource constrained counties.
Yeah, and I would just add, like, I love that they're starting small in terms of, let's try one program, and not trying to reverse everything. So my only caveat would be, and I'm assuming you already have discussed with them the different types of programs that other folks are doing and the lift for that, and whether that's just something they want to put on the back burner for later or something. But yeah, I mean, driving is important, but also, is there other ways with their limited funding that could be more beneficial or not? I'm not suggesting it is. It's just, I love that they're starting small and making sure that they're getting the best bang for their buck.
Great, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Nate.
Thanks, Lindsay, and Grant Review Committee. On the feedback that I've seen this a couple of different times in terms of providing some clarification on how the program ensures appropriate service delivery when mixing individuals of different risk levels. I think it's important that we clarify what that risk level is. Is it community supervision risk level, or is it the public safety checklist risk level, or a different assessment that we're referring to as the grant review committee? Um, can you help me understand what we're recommending there so we can get that feedback to the folks?
Yeah, absolutely. So just that, like, what are you county, what is your risk mitigation strategies? Because we don't have enough information in the application to understand what you're doing locally. So that being the feedback and the preliminary application phase of just not saying that you're not doing it, but can you just provide a little bit more detail so that we staff can present it to the GRC of this is what's happening. So we don't necessarily have a recommendation to the county like you should be doing this. Right now, we just want to understand what you're doing.
I see. And I know we're going to be getting into the weeds just because we're all subject matter experts here, but according to Oregon administrative rule, we're required in community corrections to conduct the biopsychosocial assessments, the LSCMI, or the level of service case management inventory, as well as the women's risk needs assessment within 60 days. So that is a risk assessment tool that we're required to do through rule. And it's not required to override the public safety checklist to reflect the community supervision that is identified in the biopsychosocial assessments. That's why it's really important, just as a state, if we're going to make these recommendations in terms of keeping the true risk level of low risk from the true risk level of high risk people on supervision. Many challenges, obviously, with the public safety checklist, and I know it's getting recalibrated at this particular time. There's also many challenges with the LSCMIs and the WARNAs in terms of not conducting those things in a timely fashion statewide. This is not just any one particular county. So a lot of that has to do with the resources. And if we're going to make sure that some of these counties are informed with, tell us that how you're separating the different risk levels. Not always is it within their bandwidth and within their resources that are available to them. So that's one comment I have for the risk levels and the differentiation there. The first comment on that feedback that we're providing for them in terms of culturally responsive practices and having them clarify that. If I recall, Avery, there wasn't any issues with the disparity on this particular county. Is that what I
Correct.
heard?
We don't see any based on just the tool that we looked at. No.
Okay. And then I think it's really important, especially with counties that aren't super diversified, right? They don't have a lot of diversity within their culture. It's mainly made up of one particular group of people. I wonder if we're asking them to do things that may not be fulfilling the overall justice system in that particular area if they're demonstrating that they don't have issues with disparity.
Yes, Lisa.
I'm gonna push back a little bit on you Nate, just because it may not be an issue. I mean, not all of our diversity is worn on our sleeves or on our, in my case, my chin. But I think there's other issues like LGBTQ, those kind of things that but I think specifically when I'm looking at the application, it just says through already established collaborative partnerships. There could be some wonderful partnerships. Tell us more about that. And the application asks specific examples. So if that's what you're saying, cool. Tell us more about what that looks like, what those partnerships look like, and how that gets played out. So I would feel like more information is needed here, even if the disparity tool doesn't read anything. The disparity tool is tracking but one measure. So I would still say that more information is needed.
Thanks, Lisa. And I think that is kind of, if I can clarify a little bit, when we're talking about staff recommended feedback, it is generally around more detail. So kind of not necessarily prescriptive unless there's something that stands out as, it not being, mixing risk levels, for instance, but more so just a little more detail. Tell me the kind of the 5 Ws. To Lisa's point, you mentioned collaborative partnerships. What are those partnerships? Just like a little more detail so we can understand what you're doing in the county. And that's kind of where most of the staff feedback is coming from. Yes, Nate.
Yeah, it's just wanted to highlight this again because of the feedback that I think we went through with that survey piece that the Criminal Justice Commission sent out. There was a lot of feedback that I'm aware of that we're almost creating this a lot of work through the process of application for the JRP. And then for any county that's brand new to applying for justice reinvestment programming, I think we ought to make it less bureaucratic and just kind of an easier process for them. There's a lot of things happening, obviously, with 3069 and different ways that we're going to go about this moving forward in the future. But to get the money to the systems that need it, because a lot of them are in crisis and they need the money like super quick. They don't need a lot of delay in getting resources. And to your point, Lisa, I think it's super valuable for those counties to just share what are the awesome things that you're doing in terms of partnerships with all the communities that you serve. But if we narrow it to the scope of just this particular grant process, I think it's really important to make it an easy process or easier process, so long as they're fulfilling the mission of JRP and getting the system, the resources that they need to not only hold few people accountable, but meet their needs in the community so they can keep them in the community and not send them to prison.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Nate. So I'll comment with that, Nate, Lisa, is there specific feedback that you would like to ensure or feedback that you would want to change for Curry County?
Yeah, I mean, for this stage of the application, I just would like to see them elaborate on what their already established collaborative partnerships, just to, they're there. It takes 5 sentences to write it. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for evaluation, any of that. Tell me what good partnerships you have going on to help make that clear for us.
Great. Thank you. Nate, any specific feedback or things that you would like to change?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for Curry County and quite honestly, the rest of the counties to showcase the really good work that they're doing in terms of partnerships and collaboration. And culturally responsive doesn't always mean the same to everybody. I mean, we're in the entire public safety, which means the entire public, right, that we want to serve. And so, yeah, I think that's a really good thing to do, just to educate ourselves, as the grant review committee, as well as provide opportunities for the people in the system to showcase the great work they're doing.
Great. Thank you for that. All right. I'll pause for any other feedback for just a few seconds and then move on to the next county. All right, moving into Gillum.
All right. So again, we do not see any particular sustained disparity over time for this county.
Thanks, Catherine. All right, Gillum has one program. It's probably one that you all are familiar with. It's been around for a while and shared by a few counties. It's the Norcor Recidivism Reduction Program. This program provides in-custody treatment, reentry planning, and coordinated post-release supports to adults in custody at Norcor. This is a mental health treatment program. It's existing. It meets the JRP prison usage and reducing prison usage and reducing recidivism goals. Its target population is medium to high risk, and staff did not have any feedback for this application. So with that, would the GRC like to adopt this feedback or add anything further? All right. With that, I will move into Harney County.
All right, I apologize as I start to sound like a little bit of a broken record here. We have not a ton of data for this county, but for what we do have, we don't see any particular consistent disparities.
Thanks, Catherine. So Harney County has two programs. Their first is JRP supervision. This program provides individualized case management and treatment coordination for justice-involved adults with a focus on rural and tribal partnerships. This is an existing program. It meets the JRP goals of reducing prison usage and recidivism. And its target population is medium and high-risk adults on supervision and that are JRP eligible. Staff recommended feedback is to provide clarity around the strategies used to reduce recidivism and prison use with specific examples. So again, just kind of a little bit more detail of tell us what you're doing, just in a little bit more detail so that we can understand it. And Harney County's second program is the transitional housing program. So this program supports individuals returning from incarceration with sober living, treatment referrals, and supervision. Housing placements are guided by risk and needs assessments. This is an existing program. It meets the JRP goals of reducing prison usage and reducing recidivism. Its target population is medium and high-risk individuals. And recommended feedback from staff is to provide clarity around the strategies used to reduce recidivism and prison use with specific examples. So again, just a little bit more detail. And I think back to kind of Nate's point, we're not looking for necessarily like, a whole program description, but maybe 1 to 2 more sentences of tell us, Lisa, the good work you're doing. What are you doing? Just in a little bit more detail. And so that's the last program for Harney County. So with that, would the GRC like to adopt staff feedback or add any further feedback? All right, moving into the next county, Hood River.
All right, so for Hood River County, we do have good data for the Latinx group, both for females and males, and we do not see any sustained disparity over the time period.
Thanks, Catherine. So Hood River has three programs. The first is the Norcor Recidivism Reduction Program. That is the same as Gillum's. So existing programs, reducing prison usage and reducing recidivism, treating medium and high risk individuals. And we did not have any clarification requested from staff. Moving into the second program for Hood River, it is their short-term housing program. This is a motel-based housing initiative that serves up to 3 short-term transitional leave clients annually who otherwise remain in custody due to housing barriers. The program provides immediate shelter, connects clients to treatment and supervision aligned services, and supports successful reentry. So this is an existing program. It meets the JRP goals of reducing prison usage and reducing recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk short-term transitional leave individuals without stable housing. And staff did not have any clarifications requested. And I believe there's one more program. And so the last program for Hood River is their peer mentor program. This program embeds peer mentors with lived experience into case planning and reentry support for high-risk individuals. This is an existing program. It meets the JRP goals of reducing prison usage and recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk short-term transitional leave individuals. Staff did not have any clarifications for this program. So with that, would the GRC like to adopt this feedback or add any additional feedback? All right, we'll move into Lake County.
Right. Yeah. So for Lake County, we also don't see any particular sustained disparity over time.
Thanks, Catherine. So Lake County has one program. It is their Enhanced Supervision and Treatment Court. It's an existing program. This program diverts eligible participants from prison into judicially supervised assessment-informed care that includes MAT, peer support, and mental health and substance use treatment. This program meets the JRP goals of reducing prison use and reducing recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk individuals. Staff feedback includes providing clarity around the strategies used to embed equity in the county's criminal justice system. And given the rural constraints, has the county considered online training as it relates to equity and providing culturally responsive services? This was just something noted in their application as a barrier, that being rural, getting some of those services into rural places being challenging, and so possibly considering online resources as something in the future. So with that being the only county or the only program for Lake County, would the GRC like to adopt the staff recommended feedback or add anything additional? All right, we will move into Malheur County.
All right, so Malheur is actually the largest of the small counties, and so we have quite a bit more data for them, particularly for the Latinx group. And I do want to note here, there's a couple things going on. One, we have really good data for the female group, which is great, and it doesn't appear that we have any real sustained disparity over time for the female group. We see that line hit 0 quite a few times. For the male group, while we see zeros in 2017, 2018, and a negative in 2019, since 2019, we have seen, a positive value sustained. I also want to note that while Malheur is the largest of the small counties, it's still less than 35,000 population. And so some of these figures, so a 9 and a 6 and a 7 are sort of a large number of individuals for a very small county. So even later on, when we see some of our very large counties, we're not seeing figures quite this high. And so what this really means is that 9 individuals fewer in that group are receiving a probation sentence than we would expect if there were parity, or 7 individuals fewer. So I would say that we do see a bit of a notable disparity for the Latinx male group in Malheur.
Thanks, Catherine. So we'll get into Malheur's 2 programs. Their first program is the Prison and Jail Diversion Program. So Malheur County's this program connects incarcerated individuals to treatment and support during and after jail through partnerships with Lifeways Behavioral Health. The program meets JRP goals of reducing prison usage and recidivism. It's an existing program. This program serves low to high risk justice involved individuals with mental health needs, and including those that are incarcerated. Staff feedback includes providing clarification on how the program provides or attempts to provide culturally responsive services. Again, recognizing this is a large small county. How does the county prioritize funding for bilingual staff and bilingual resources? Provide clarity around the strategies for reducing prison use and recidivism, and provide clarity around how the program increases public safety. And lastly, provide clarity around how the program holds participants accountable. Oh, excuse me. The last thing is clarifying if the program mixes risk levels. So again, we're looking for more detail. Again, this kind of goes into the kind of 1 to 2 more sentences of what are just the 5 W's. Tell us what you're doing, the good work that you're doing. How is that being, how's the program kind of working for you? So that's for the first program. And then the last program is their downward departure program. Let me go down to my notes. So this program assigns a dedicated probation officer to JRP eligible individuals granted downward departure, offering more individualized supervision and service referral. This program is existing, and it does seek to reduce prison usage and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals and downward departure probation cases. The feedback is the same as the previous program. We're again just looking for a little bit more detail. I think back to Nate's point, we're not trying to make this a burdensome process, but trying to find the balance of maybe 1 to 2 more sentences, just so that we as staff, you as GRC, the commission eventually can understand exactly what the program is doing. So with that being the last program for Malheur, would the GRC like to adopt this feedback or add any additional feedback?
This is one, given the disparity and the kind of the explanation. For me personally, and if they choose not to address it, fine, we can argue over it at the actual thing, but I feel like this is one of those that needs additional context in terms overall, in terms of, okay, so we know this is happening. For me, it's not enough to just say, well, work to do these things, but what is your plan for, if you think that employing people who are bilingual in these different areas, if you think that's going to work, especially given how remote Malheur County is, tell me make that connection for me, if that makes sense. Tell me what you've already done, how that's worked. This is one, especially with disparity. I know it's a small community, and but for me personally, it's something that needs to be addressed, just like it would be in a large community.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you, Lisa. So again, kind of hearing that feedback around more detail and maybe more specifically the plan. So outlining the plan of incorporating some of these strategies to improve cultural responsiveness. Is that accurate?
I would say yes.
Okay.
And like detail, like, yeah. I mean, you mentioned you have a large, is this the one that has a large migrant population? Transitory. Like, if you know that, then what strategies specifically are designed in your community to address the transitory population or that kind of thing? I don't even know, because I don't know enough about it, but it's just not enough for me to say we're gonna, because we see that a lot. But if their population, if it was more equal, I probably wouldn't comment on that.
Thank you for that.
Lindsay, can you remind me in the application if they did a staff analysis on their own demographics?
Let me just take a minute to look. I don't believe so.
I'm just wondering what if they're presenting the solution, I was wondering what the need was.
So the solution is more staff feedback from previous conversations. Catherine, do you mind
Gotcha.
jumping in on that?
Sure. So I think, and many of you maybe may recall this. I think we had this conversation last biennium as well, about Malheur County. And I think when staff had a conversation with Malheur about this, it did seem that a lack of bilingual staff was affecting their ability to provide programming to that population. And so that was sort of where they wanted to put some funding and effort towards addressing the disparity that we were seeing last round as well.
And I will jump in. I do see in their application, in their prison or their racial disparity tool question that they do address that is something that they're working to employ persons who are bilingual in the public defender's office, the DA's office, and community corrections. So they're aware of it. I think Lisa, your point was, can you outline the plan a little bit more so I understand it? And then Nate, I'll kind of go back to you on maybe what your follow-up question there is.
Yeah, I think similar to what we gave Lake County in terms of feedback for equity into different resources is maybe point them in the direction of artificial intelligence, like the translation types of apps that we might have access to, or other technologies, remote services and things of that nature. I'm wondering if we can help guide them in that regard so they can engage folks that are monolingual and having a hard time understanding English.
So understanding your feedback is to kind of support Malheur in maybe identifying a few more resources, kind of around translation and whatnot.
Yeah, similar to what we provided feedback to, I think it was Lake County.
Got it. All right. Thank you for that. I'll pause for a few more just for any other feedback for Malheur before we move on.
If I might, just generally speaking, Lindsay.
Mhm.
So working with communities of color and other cultures, I think it's important that the staff who are engaging with people, especially with motivational interviewing and building rapport and relationships and trust, that person on the other side of the desk looks like them. And that's the feedback that we're hearing in terms of engagement, because it takes away some of those other distractions of cultural noise that maybe somebody on the other side of the desk, just because they don't have the lived experience, there's some distractions there and maybe some perceptions. And then of course we go through the bias training and things of that nature. So throughout this whole process, I do believe that there is some value in engaging populations with, like for example, people of color. If there's more people of color within the system that are actually working with cultures and communities of color, then I think there's some level of benefit for the entire system and for that person that's on supervision to engage and be successful. There's we've seen it in Washington County expanding on the BIPOC caseloads as well as our Afrocentric caseloads, and just the engagement. It's kind of like the secret sauce, if you will. People that are in the system working with other folks of lived experience with specifically people of color. There's great benefit there.
Thanks, Nate. I appreciate the addition there and kind of bringing that awareness to the conversation.
I would just say yes, all of that, and doesn't alleviate folks who don't have that experience of also picking up on or learning about the stuff that you're talking about, Nate, right? It's not enough to just have somebody who's bicultural and okay, let's give all the bicultural, but like, because that person needs to take a vacation, but so we all have that responsibility to understand those dynamics. So yes, and I think that's an important piece, and I think that's a great idea, Nate, that let's explore some online resources or some consultation, especially if we can get all of these small eastern counties in the same room at the same time, virtually or otherwise, to take part in that. Maybe there's some new partnerships that will come of that. I don't know. That's just kind of my thought was.
Thank you for that. I think, again, kind of going back to the exploring resources, things that we can potentially identify or support some of these counties with is what I'm hearing. All right, moving into Morrow County.
All right. pretty good amount of data for Latinx males and no indication of a disparity over time.
Great. And there's only two programs here. The first is the parole and probation officer. This is an existing program. This program maintains a full-time PO to provide more individualized, risk-informed supervision for justice-involved individuals. This program meets the JRP goals of reducing prison usage and recidivism. The target population is low to high risk individuals charged with JRP eligible crimes. And staff recommended feedback is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. The last program is a LIPSIC coordinator. So this is an existing program or position. For this county, the program or the coordinator provides essential infrastructure for JRP implementation, supporting grant tracking, reporting coordination of initiatives like impacts and diversion deflection, and facilitating LIPSIC meetings. So has quite a few roles to include supporting JRP. Staff does not have any clarifications requested. So that being the last program for Morrow or Morrow. Sorry, I think I always mess that one up. But yeah, so would the GRC like to adopt this staff recommended feedback or add any additional feedback?
So with the LIPSIC coordinator, do we have other programs? I'm not making a judgment right now because we can talk about this later, but it might be how I'm struggling with. I understand big picture, like, hey, we need to meet, we need to talk about these things. Are there others that are using these funds for LIPSIC? Like, okay.
There are a few counties that do that, and we'll get into those applications. We have kind of tried to ask kind of throughout counties or what we're looking for. Some of that maybe strategic tie-in to JRP eligible or JRP goals and the purpose. So wanting to still see that there of like, how is this supporting JRP programming? How are you still incorporating kind of all those questions, but maybe more at a strategic level? All right, we'll go ahead and move into Sherman County.
Really quick, Lindsay, I just wanted to clarify if that is something that the GRC is recommending, or if we're moving forward with just the staff recommended feedback.
Well, if that's allowable use and that's, we've already made a good concrete, that's just the first time I'm seeing it. That's fine. I just want to make sure that, again, I think the LIPSIC does amazing work throughout the counties, right? And so highlighting how that ties in, I think sometimes it's easy to do the succinct program. Let's have a assigned DDA. Let's have a downward departure, like those kind of words hard. It's a Friday, y'all. I'm waiting for my invite to Nate's barbecue. But I think about like, help us, because ultimately we have to make this case to the legislature. Like, this is why these LIPSICs are important. This is why it's important that JRI or JRP support those, right? And so it's more about like, just make that a little bit more concrete, because money we put into coordination is not going directly to, it's not direct services, which means those dollars, let's make them count, or let's show that we're making them count. Does that make sense? I guess I don't have to make sense to you all, but it just, it's like in my own organization, we have indirect dollars. I have to justify how I spent my time that ultimately served the people that intended to serve. And I'm not questioning that they do at all at this. I believe it. I truly believe it does make it the connection.
Yeah. Nate, thank you for that, Lisa. Nate, you want to add or subtract? I don't know where you're going with it. So yeah.
No, this is great. First, Lisa, you're always invited to any barbecue that I have. In fact, we have our APPA celebration coming up in July, and I'm going to definitely send you an invite for that. As it relates to the some of the discussion here, I just wanted to make sure that LIPSIC coordinators, they have a pretty heavy lift. And if some of these, especially the smaller jurisdictions, that usually falls on whoever's chairing the LIPSIC, at that particular time. Could be the community corrections director, it could be the chief of police, it could be a lay member, it could be any number of people that have full-time jobs. Among other things like grant review committees and things like that. So my experience, over the past several years is that folks that have a dedicated LIPSIC coordinator, those LIPSICs are much more engaged, and just the coordination and the behind the scenes that happens, the follow-up questions and the different types of engagement that happens at those levels. If a jurisdiction doesn't have one, there's a great benefit to them. And in this context, JRP has to go through the LIPSIC, right? At least for now, until 3069 works its way through. And then also with the community corrections allotment plans, similarly with the juvenile justice plans, those all have to go through LIPSIC statutorily and then gets ratified with the Board of County Commissioners. So if those LIPSICs aren't functioning, properly, then I think a LIPSIC coordinator, at least funded for whatever state funding, or in this case, JRP, I think it's appropriate if that local decision's been made. That's just my experience, Lisa. So I wanted to.
I would suggest take that clip and send it to them, because I think it's important. Make the connection, right? Nate, you work at it every day. I used to work at it every day. It makes sense to me, but make the connection.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
your experience, just like what you said, my experience is LIPSICs are much more functional. Thereby, they're doing better, not better work, but they're doing more coordinated work. I think that's all I'm asking for. It's not like, don't tell me, oh, we did 8 cases, but really, like, why is this important? So I agree with you. So take the clip, send it to them and say, put in what Nate said, or if they're on the line. I think it's important to note that, because maybe eventually we'll get more funding for LIPSIC.
That's helpful. So what I'm hearing is kind of along the lines of some of the other feedback that we've given, but basically connect how the LIPSIC coordinator position supports JRP programming, just tying those all together, and kind of leaving it there. Great. All right, so I want to do a little bit of a time check. Agenda-wise, we have about 20 minutes left for the green counties, and we have 4 or 5 more counties to get through. We would take a break normally, but I'm suggesting we kind of push through the rest of the counties in this category and then maybe take a 5-minute break. How does that sound to everybody? Great. Okay. All right, so we'll move into Sherman County.
All right. For Sherman County, we do not see any evidence of a sustained disparity.
All right, so Sherman County has 2 programs. The first is the NORCOR Recidivism Reduction Program. You all are already familiar with this. It is the same program that we've seen before in this biennium. It is an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison usage and reduce recidivism. It serves medium and high-risk adults in custody, and staff did not have any clarifications requested. It's Sherman County's second program is their community work crew. And this program offers supervised service options for probationers. Participants complete restorative tasks that reinforce accountability while staying connected to the community. This is an existing program. Its goals that it meets are to reduce recidivism. The target population is low and medium risk individuals across JRP eligible crimes. And staff recommended feedback is to provide clarification on the rationale or the risk mitigation for mixing low and medium risk individuals within the program. So again, not a judgment, just an understanding. So 1 to 2 more sentences of what are you doing? And that's what we're looking for. So with that, that being the last program, would the GRC like to adopt this feedback or add or change feedback? All right, we'll go ahead and move to Tillamook County.
All right, Tillamook County, a little bit larger of the small counties, and we have a little bit more data as a result. We do not see any sustained disparity, however.
All right, and Tillamook has 9 programs, so we will move through those. Feel free, because there are so many programs, if you do have feedback, just for memory's sake, if you want to add that kind of slide by slide, feel free to, but I'll also do that check-in at the end. Their first program is the JRP program. This program diverts eligible individuals from prison through risk-informed downward departures and supervision. Participants are supported with case planning, peer support, brighter futures access, and bilingual services. This is an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals charged with JRP eligible crimes. And recommended feedback from staff is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. And the second program is the DUII supervised caseload. This program supervises individuals convicted of DUII with tailored case plans based on validated tools. This is an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals. And staff recommended feedback is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. And just to kind of come back to this, I think Nate, you mentioned this like standard feedback that you're seeing. Some of that was on staff, our application question didn't trigger the right response. All we kind of meant to have in that application was do you mix risk levels? Yes, no. And that was going to kind of be it. And if yes, then it would have triggered just provide a 1-sentence explanation. So some of that is on us, and we recognize that we missed that opportunity, but that did then provide some of this feedback. The third program for Tillamook is subsidy housing. This is an existing program. This program supports housing stabilized reentry for short-term transitional leave and high need participants using culturally responsive community partnerships and assessment informed placement. This program goals are to reduce prison usage and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals. And all crime types would be eligible for this program. Recommended feedback is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. The fourth program is the Reentry and JI Needs program. This program provides transportation, clothing, and other basic needs to promote stability and supervision compliance. Risk and needs are identified through case planning. JRP goals are to reduce recidivism. And the target population is low to high risk individuals charged with JRP eligible crimes. However, all crime types would be eligible. Recommended feedback is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels at any point. And the fifth program is the Brighter Futures AIC and JII professional development. This program is offered to both incarcerated individuals and those on supervision. It reinforces accountability and behavior change. It's an existing program, and the JRP goals that it meets, or it seeks to meet, are to reduce prison usage and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals. All crime types are eligible. Recommended feedback from staff is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels and also to provide clarification on which and how assessments are used in this programming. So just a little bit more detail. That's all we're looking for in that one. The sixth program, I'm losing track of the numbers, so but I think it's the sixth, is the Brighter Futures Education and Employment Program Summary, or Employment Program, excuse me. Participants access GED services, community college credit, and food handler certification. Risk assessments guide referrals for JIIs, but not adults in custody. So the program is existing. Its goals are to reduce recidivism, and the target population is low to high risk individuals. All crime types are eligible. The recommended feedback from staff is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. The seventh program is the Brighter Futures Cognitive Program. This is a voluntary tablet-based program that offers self-guided learning for AICs on topics like parenting, decision-making, and religion. It supports reentry readiness, and it is an existing program. So this program's goals are to reduce prison usage. Its target population is low to high risk individuals, and all crime types are eligible for book and release. There is no recommended staff feedback for this program. And the last program for Tillamook is their criminal deputy field assistant. This is a new program. And so this deputy would assist POs by conducting early field contacts to prevent absconding or revocations. The effort is informed by PSC and other validated assessments and targets high-risk clients. The JRP goals that it supports are to reduce prison use and recidivism. The target population is medium and high-risk individuals supervised for JRP-eligible crimes, and then other crimes on a case-by-case basis when needed for community safety or abscond concerns. Staff did not have any recommended feedback for this program. So that being the last program for Tillamook, would the GRC like to adopt the staff recommended feedback or add or change any further feedback? All right, moving into the next county, Union County.
Right. So another small county with a pretty decent amount of information. We do not see any disparity over time for Union County.
Thanks, Catherine. So Union County has 4 programs. Their first is the Pre-Sentence and Pre-Assessment Offender Supervision Program. This program provides 6 months of intensive community supervision as an alternative to prison. The program incorporates MRT, validated assessments, daily check-ins, and transitional housing to support stabilization. The goals that it supports are to reduce prison use. This is an existing program. Target population is low to high risk individuals. And excuse me, I'm reading the wrong program. The target population is medium high risk individuals, and staff do not have feedback for this program. The second program is the restitution program. Participants in this program complete restitution obligations through supervised community services and skill building activities. This is an existing program. Its goal is to reduce prison use. Target population is low to high risk individuals. And staff recommended feedback is to provide specifics around strategies used to reduce prison use. And if this program is designed to reduce recidivism only, to please indicate that accordingly. I think that was changed. So Avery, I don't know if you can help me with that, but at one point I think that we just wanted a little bit more clarification on if this was meant to reduce recidivism as well.
Yes, I think that they changed their answer, but let me take a look at that.
Okay. And then to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. So other than Avery kind of checking to make sure that they change their answer, and that what that means is that we just sometimes counties would select both reducing prison use and recidivism, but the narratives didn't quite align with that. And so we would go back and clarify. And I believe I believe Union County changed their answer. So other than that, would the GRC like to adopt or change staff feedback or add any further feedback? Oh, excuse me, we have 2 more programs for Union County. Avery, do you have an answer there?
Yes, so I think we will need to leave that feedback. They still have reduced prison use selected, but their answer speaks to sort of the recidivism piece.
Okay. So yeah, just clarifying that piece then of which goal that this program is working towards. All right, third program for Union County, the pre-adjudication program. This program embeds a public defender to consult with defendants prior to arraignment. And it explores alternatives to prosecution. The goal is to divert individuals into services and avoid unnecessary court involvement. This is a new program. Its goal is to reduce prison use. Target population is low and medium risk individuals charged with JRP eligible crimes. Staff feedback includes clarification on what assessments are expected to be used in matching need and services. Asking the county to provide clarification on program design. So the timeline to implement this plan and how status updates on the defense attorney's plan will be provided. So what we're looking for there again is just kind of a little bit more detail. We recognize the county it's a new program that they're trying to stand up. So just trying to understand what the plan is for this process. That they're in the maybe planning phase, but let's hear what that planning phase is. And the plan for updates. And the last program is their work crew supervisor. So this program offers a structured alternative to custody through supervised work crews. Participants complete labor tasks like public maintenance, fulfilling court orders, while maintaining community ties. This is a new program for Union County, and its goal is to reduce prison use. The target population is low to high risk individuals charged with property, drug, or driving crimes. And recommended feedback from staff is to provide clarification on the rationale or the risk mitigation strategies for mixing risk levels within the program. Again, recognizing that the resources there, and I think in their answer basically spoke to this, of like they don't have the resources necessarily to break these things out, but let's understand what you're doing to mitigate that risk. And Lisa, I think I saw your hand come up.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is the work crew supervisor, is that a new position or is it newly being funded under JRP? Do we have clarification?
Yeah, it's a great question. Let me pull up their application and just see if that's.
And if I didn't get that far in the application, but if not, it would be interesting to understand if this is a newly created position or a newly funded under JRP position.
Thank you for that. Let me just do a quick scan and see if they provided that. It looks like it's an existing position, but we'll clarify it just to make sure. All right, Nate.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, just on the bigger picture of this, the 3% that gets given back to the CJC for studies and analysis. I would encourage, just as a recommendation from my lens, CJC to study the benefit of isolating risk levels and provide that context, because from what I'm gathering, that recommendation is from Ed Latessa's work out of the University of Cincinnati, as well as Bonta and Andrews studies out of Canada. And this is information roughly 30 years ago in various jurisdictions that are outside of the state of Oregon. And I'm wondering if CJC can give more update on, since we've been doing these evidence-based practices, there's been a lot of evolution within the state of Oregon through the legislature on a decrease in our population who we're actually supervising now. The folks that we're diverting from prison are now in the communities, and there might be a different lens as it relates to what risk really is for our communities. And I would encourage CJC, if we're going to make these recommendations from the grant review committee to isolate risk levels, we ought to have the data to support why we're asking them to do that. And if it's available, I apologize, I haven't seen that. But if it's not available, I think we ought to look for that information.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. Thank you, Nate. I think that's an excellent suggestion, and I agree. I think that looking into some of that evidence-based practice there, if not studying it further, is a good idea. I will take that suggestion back to our research group.
Thanks, Catherine. Any other feedback before we move on to the next county? All right, moving into Wallowa.
As you all can see, this is possibly the county with the least amount of information for this plot. We do not see any evidence of a disparity for Wallowa.
And Wallowa has one program. It's an existing program. It's their supervisor and work crew. This program offers structured supervision and restorative service as an alternative to incarceration. This program meets the JRP goals of reducing prison usage. Its target population is medium and high-risk individuals charged with property, drug, or driving crimes, and no clarification is requested by staff. So with that being the only program, would the GRC like to adopt or change any feedback or add any additional feedback? All right, move into Wasco.
Yes. So for Wasco, we have long periods of data for multiple groups, and we do not see any evidence of a sustained disparity.
Thanks, Catherine. All right, Wasco has two programs. You're familiar, seen it a few times. Norcore Recidivism Reduction Program, same program as what you've seen. So this is a existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison usage and recidivism. Target population is medium and high risk adults, and staff did not have any clarification requested for this for Wasco's Norcore either. And their second program is their transitional services program. So this program provides supervised housing, mentorship, and service linkage via Bridges to Change. Participants move through structured phases with built-in accountability and assessment-driven service matching. It's an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism, and its target population is medium and high-risk adults. And staff did not have any clarification for this program. So that being the last program for Wasco, would the GRC like to adopt or change staff recommended feedback or add any additional feedback? Yes, Lisa.
I just had a quick question. I know that a lot of these programs are the same with Norcore, and I'm curious, not adding, and this is not a long conversation really, but that are there some evaluations based on county? I don't know that there would be, but like county versus county, whether these programs work across the board or it works better for one county or not. I get that it's Norcore, right? But I also want to avoid the risk of having a one size fits all if it's not effective. That's just my question, and part of that evaluation piece that I'd like to see happen, just because we do kind of just pass these through because they're so standardized.
Yeah, it's a great point. So just want to clarify one, if that's something you'd like to see or have feedback for these NORCOR counties of kind of, hey, is there a difference that you're seeing from county to county?
Not so much in the
Okay.
application process, but I think as just as a point of making sure that we're, not running the risk of, again, everything, this all works for everybody, just making sure that individually when we're looking at the evaluation, I didn't recall what, if they do their 3%, but that feels like that could be among the things that the CJC investigates, or not
Right.
investigates, but evaluates.
Absolutely. No, it's a great thing to consider. So kind of hearing that maybe something for CJC to consider evaluating is those existing programs there may be across counties, and if they're the differences, if they're working, what outcomes we're seeing, or what differences we're seeing in outcomes. Okay. All right, moving into Wheeler County. I believe this is the last county for this category. And then we can take a little break. All right, Catherine.
We do not see any disparities for Wheeler County.
You sure you don't want more time on this slide, or?
I think we're okay.
Okay. All right. So, Lisa, here you go. NORCOR offender program. So kind of what we did see here is that this is the same program, but what we're seeing is maybe the same person kind of filling out for every county or using the same verbiage in the different programs for the other counties, but this county, Wheeler County, maybe going at it themselves, and then that kind of creating some differences in the feedback. So that's an internal note for us of just, it's probably just a conversation with Wheeler County of like, yeah, we know that you're doing the same things, right? And this is how you kind of meet the criteria of what we're looking for. This is what these other counties did. So that's where our recommended feedback comes from, is just providing clarity on the specific strategies, methods, interventions, et cetera, to reduce recidivism. So just having that conversation, and that's our internal feedback or our staff recommended feedback. Beyond that, we did note that Wheeler noted that they are also using funding for a LipSIC coordinator, but didn't break that out into a different program. And so then therefore didn't describe that further. So that is also our recommended feedback, is to kind of, again, go into that, how is this being supported, or how are you supporting JRP goals with this program? And we'll use that same feedback that we've already discussed, kind of moving forward with Wheeler County. So other than that, for Wheeler County, I guess that brings us to, would GRC like to adopt or change staff feedback, or add any additional feedback? All right. Well, that is the last county for the green category, which means that we are over halfway done. We have done 20 counties now, so 14 more to go. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break just to reset, and come back at 11:25, which probably means more like 11:26, 27. But we'll come back around then. And Senator Brzezinski, did you want to say something?
I do. I wanted to say thanks to everyone. I'm going to check out at this point. Thank you very, very much for all the time, and thanks staff for getting us through this far. And whenever the barbecue's set, just let us know. We'll be there.
Unofficially though, right? That's just yeah, informal gather. Yeah,
just for the brisket.
Right, just for the brisket. All right, sounds great.
All right.
Thank you for your
Everyone
time.
be well. Have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you, you too.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we'll take a break till 11:26, and we'll see you all soon. All right, we'll go ahead and kick off. I know we're approaching the lunch hour. So we'll try to get through as many counties in the yellow category before then. So this is the category that is below baseline and increasing usage. So we'll go over a little bit more data here. We'll do the racial disparity tool, which we've been seeing, but then also see the prison usage data, and then go into the application review. There are 9 counties in this this category, and yeah, we'll go through them at the pace that is needed. And then just as a reminder, the plan is to take a lunch break at 12 o'clock, but we'll check in and kind of see where everybody is with that at that time. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Catherine to talk to us about Coos County.
All right, thank you. So I will say Coos County may get a little more time than others because I want to walk through what some of these plots are, just so we're all on the same page walking through all the yellow counties. But that has no particular bearing on Coos County itself. I'm just using them as an example because they're first in the alphabet. So we are going to walk through all the prison use data first. And it is broken down a couple of different ways for yellow counties. And then later on for our orange group, it will be broken down even further. But for starters, typically in past rounds, we have walked through the exact plot shown on our dashboard. What we've done for clarity and for discussion in this meeting today is reworked those exact dashboards with the exact same data. So it's the same data that the counties have been referencing. We just sort of added, as you can see, a couple of lines in here so that I can pretty easily point and talk about sort of time periods and what's going on. But this is our overall prison use plot, which is what you would see on sort of the main prison use dashboard page for JRP. So it is looking at the 12-month rolling sum of all prison months used for that county for JRP crimes only. So as we go through all of this prison data, it is only for JRP eligible crimes. I like to throw that reminder out there just in case. And then again, like I mentioned earlier, the time period we're really interested in and what has sort of put these counties into this yellow category is February 2024 to February 2025. So that vertical line that you're going to see on most of these plots is just a marker for the end of February 2024, which is where this sort of 1 year ago today data is coming from. So for Coos County, for their overall prison use plot here, we see that they are below their baseline, but they've seen an increase in their overall prison use from February 2024 to February 2025. And then I guess, Lindsay, I'll just mention the next slide when I need it. Thank you. So this is a breakdown of admissions and lengths of stay. So number of intakes and the length of stay for each of those intakes is really what makes up prison use. So these are the two sort of levers that counties have at the sentencing level to affect their overall prison use. And so as we look at Coos County and note that they have an increase over the last year, if we look at these two elements for that overall prison use, it appears that admissions or number of intakes to prison seems to be driving that increase more than length of stay in Coos County, because we see an increase in the number of admissions from February 24 to February 25. And I'll take a minute to explain the length of stay plot a little bit more as well. So these are sort of like, box and whisker plots. You could call them a lot of different things, but that yellow bar in the middle is the interquartile range, sort of the main, the bulk of the data sits in there. And that line in the middle of the bar is the median. So if we see, say, from 2023 to 2024, these are calendar years, so they don't align perfectly with the scale we're working at from February to February, but they give a general idea of the trend of sentence lengths overall for JRP crimes in that county. So we would say from 2023 to 2024, maybe we've seen a little bit of an increase in the average or median sentence length there, but there isn't some like long-standing trend of an increase in sentence lengths. I would say that when we're looking at these two elements, In particular, for Coos County, admissions seem to be playing a bigger role, maybe in that increase in prison use we saw over the last year. The other thing I want to note for the length of stay plot is that we do have 2025 on the plot. However, it's only the first 2 months of 2025. So it's going to be a little bit more erratic just because it's not very much data, and it won't account for any potential seasonality, right? We're looking at January and February only for that particular bar. Right. Okay, so this is basically a plot also looking at a rolling 12-month sum, but it is looking at intakes by custody type. So what we just looked at for intakes was prison only. This plot really allows us to look at jail intakes, all for JRP eligible crimes, jail intakes, prison intakes, and probation intakes associated with JRP eligible crimes in the county. So again, that vertical line is at the end of February 2024, and how we would interpret this for Coos County is that it appears that their local jail intakes for JRP eligible crimes over the past year hasn't changed much at all, and it's remained relatively steady. Whereas we've seen a little bit of an increase in prison intakes and an increase in probation intakes over that time period. All right, and then this is familiar, of course. So we'll see this for every county. We see that there's plenty of information for lots of different groups here, and we don't see any particular sustained disparity over time for Coos County. And I do think maybe before we jump into the programs, we should just pause. If there are questions about any of those data slides, we're going to see them for the next 8 counties. So now would be a good time to maybe chat through questions about the plots themselves. Or not. It's okay if we don't also.
I'm going to take that as we all want to get to lunch. So Coos County, 2 programs there. So substance abuse treatment. This program offers outpatient evidence-based addiction treatment to individuals diverted from prison via optional probation or downward departure. Participants are matched to services through validated assessments, and the program includes culture responsive service delivery. So this is an existing program. The goals are to reduce prison usage and reduce recidivism. The target population is low to high risk individuals. And staff recommended feedback is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. The second program for Coos County is the downward departure program. This is also an existing program. This program supervises individuals placed on downward departure with tailored interventions like MRT, addiction, and mental health treatment, peer support, and housing. Its goals are to reduce prison usage and recidivism. Target population is low to high risk individuals charged with JRP eligible crimes. And again, the only staff feedback here is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. So that being the last program for Coos County, would the GRC like to adopt or change staff feedback or add any additional feedback? Yes, Lisa.
So I was reviewing their explanation on the prison usage dashboard, and it cites a lot of external factors. So for me, the question I'm going to have when it comes to reviewing these is really like, okay, so if you know all these things are true, what's being done to address it? If you know that, you've got, for example, I'm trying to think, insufficient public defense resources, how are you addressing that? I think it's not enough for you to say, well, all these other things are going, if we're not figuring out how we're addressing it, because it seems like the whole system would probably be suffering, not just JRP eligible folks. So that's going to be what I'm going to want more information about. It's if they're citing these external factors, because again, I know we're getting to the orange and red levels, but this is the first time we're seeing that kind of the issues coming up. I'm sure we'll see it further on in the applications. So that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, that's helpful feedback. So what I'm hearing there is it kind of, again, just what is your plan to address the factors that you're seeing that you're identifying as causing these the rise in prison use? Is that accurate? Okay. Any other feedback? All right. We will go ahead and move into the next county, Deschutes.
All right, thank you. So Deschutes similarly, and actually all our yellow counties this time, this has not always been the case, are in the position where they're below the baseline, but have seen increasing usage. Technically in the yellow category could also be above baseline, seeing decreasing usage, but this round we're all the counties are in this situation. So we see that from February 2024 to February 2025, Deschutes County saw a decent increase in their prison use while remaining below their baseline. So if we break that down into intakes or admissions and length of stay, it really looks like both of those are playing a factor. So we do see an increase in the number of admissions from February 24 to February 25, but we're also seeing sort of again, I will take that 2025 mark with a grain of salt because it's only a couple months, but from 2023 to 2024, we see an increase in that medium length of stay, and then also a little bit of an increase in that spread of the length of stay where we see a few longer sentences. And then going into 2025, at least for the first 2 months, we see a bit of an increase as well. So it looks like maybe length of stay and admissions are both playing a role in that overall increase in prison usage. And if we take a look at all intakes by custody type, not just prison intakes, we would see that over that time period, or rather the 12-month rolling sum of their local jail intakes remained relatively steady, while we see a little bit of an increase in prison intakes over that time and a pretty steady, or if not slightly decreasing, number of probation intakes over that period of time. Right, and to take a look at their probation equity tool, it doesn't appear that there are any sustained disparities over time for Deschutes County.
All right, and going into Deschutes County's program, they have the Deschutes County Justice Reinvestment Program. It's an existing program, and it offers intensive risk-informed supervision for downward departure and early release population. The program incorporates CBT, core correctional practices, and behavior change planning using validated assessments. This program's goals are to reduce prison usage and reduce recidivism. Its target population is medium and high-risk individuals, and we don't have any recommended feedback for the program itself, but kind of to your point, Lisa, like looking at a more holistic overall recommended feedback from staff, we asked that the county provide clarification on the increase in prison use, to specifically the intakes and sentence lengths in the last year. That is the only feedback that we have. So would the GRC like to adopt this feedback or change this feedback, or add any additional feedback for Deschutes County? All right, we will move into the next county, Klamath.
All right, thank you. So for Klamath County, we also see that they're below their baseline, and a little bit of a trick of the plot there. They have seen a very slight increase. I mean, like very slight increase in their prison use, and it sort of happens to be due to that February to February timeframe. So taking that, we'll walk through what it looks like if we break it down a little further. So it looks like we do see a decrease in their intakes over that time period, while we're probably seeing a slight increase in their length of stay. And the combination of those resulted in that very slight increase, which popped them into this yellow category. And while we don't see the median, so I'll clarify here, while we don't see the median increase, from 2023 to 2024, we do see that spread change quite a bit, and that upper tail end of the interquartile range is a lot heavier. And so overall, if we do add up all those prison months, it is just slightly above what it was in February of last year. All right, similarly, nothing too remarkable here or showing any extreme increase in prison intakes. In fact, it looks like all of these are showing a slight decrease over that time. And I do want to note that these are true decreases, and that follows sort of because this is a 12-month rolling sum, not an actual count of the intakes in that time period. And again, we see a lot of bouncing above and below zero here. And so I would say that we don't see any real long-term. We see for a short period of time in the female group, a little bit of an elevated value for Native women, but we don't see that necessarily reflected in the male group. And over time, and particularly in recent years, we see a lot of bouncing above and below zero for all groups. So I would say overall, I wouldn't note an extended time period of disparity for Klamath County.
All right, moving into the program review, Klamath County has two programs. Their first is their jail sanction capacity and treatment. So this is a structured jail-based intervention that provides local sanctions and in-custody treatment as an alternative to prison. It's an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Its target population is medium and high-risk individuals. And staff did not have any feedback for this program. The second program is their trauma responsive care coordination. So this program expands access to trauma-informed supports by assigning certified care navigators to all adults on supervision. Navigators assist with triage, resource referrals, and coordination with supervision teams. This is an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals. And recommended feedback is to provide clarification around the strategies used to reduce recidivism and prison use, and to provide clarity around the accountability strategies and or methods for participants, and to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. Again, going back to just looking for a little bit more detail, not necessarily a judgment, just again, the good work. Tell us a little bit more so we can understand the program and what you're doing. So that being the Klamath County's last program. Yes, Lisa.
So, and this is one of those overall, I'm at a loss because I don't know, it's just slightly ticking up, but I think I'm concerned with their response to the prison use dashboard. I would like to see that more, and maybe they don't have a clear, you know what I'm saying? If you look at the response, it just needs a little bit more.
Would it be safe to kind of say, then your feedback is similar to what it was for other counties? What's your plan? What are the external factors or what are the factors? Describe that a little bit more. And then what is your plan to address them?
I guess. I mean, this is one of those, I just don't want to get in the habit of, basically what I'm reading here is just a recitation of the prison dashboard for 23 and 24. But it's when we're asking, has your prison usage increased over the past 12 months or exceeded your historic baseline? If yes, please identify local factors, right? And so the response is like, the total months sentenced was this for 26 people. In 24, there's no, but I also recognize it's just a slight trend upwards. My hope for counties is they're understanding what's contributing to the upward or downward. I mean, I think we've seen some really illustrative examples in past years where somebody said, yeah, we had that big international crime ring that finally got busted after 5 years, and that resulted in this giant increase, and helped us just understand and contextualize a little bit more.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, just so I can understand, the feedback is to provide more context and understanding of the local factors contributing to the increase in prison use. I know that it's slight, but just if there is more data.
Sure. Yeah, and it's fine when you're not that, but when you have a historical, just,
Mhm.
yeah. I'll shut up now. Nate, help me out here. I'm sure you have a different opinion.
No, I actually really value that opinion. If we're especially when we're seeing, big peaks. I think, Catherine, if I saw that graph correctly, this particular county just saw just a slight increase. Is
Yeah,
that
so
right?
I can clarify that too, Lindsay, actually, if you want to hop back to that. I want to clarify something about where these lines are sitting. So the data that are included are February. So really what we're looking at the end of February there. So if we were to put the line at the beginning of February instead of the end of February, we're looking at that dip. So this is an attempt to sort of like split where the data are coming from compared to the end factor here. And so if you look at the very bottom of that dip and the very top of the end, it's a very slight increase. We just have that line sort of at February 28th at an attempt to sort of show where it falls into the category. So yes, to your question, very slight increase over this period of time. Although in that period, we do see sort of a peak and a drop. So, if that's maybe the peak you're talking about.
Yeah, that's really good. I'm wondering too, like in terms of the response of the justice system, that if we're seeing an evolution in chronic behavior that people hadn't been held accountable to for some time, coming out of COVID and different things. From what I'm hearing from some of our police partners, there's a large concern with organized crime around property types of offenses, and there's really intentional effort to sort of thwart those efforts on the criminal side of things, and I'm wondering if we should be expecting just not a huge increase, but maybe some slight increases. And it might not be in Klamath County, but other surrounding counties or even across the state, as crime evolves and folks get organized with retail theft or any number of different types of organized crime that fit within these categories, whether it be property or drugs. Some of what I'm hearing in terms of the police response and the justice system response is really intentional, and it's targeting these efforts, to stop it. And the other thing that I'm hearing within our business communities, and our culturally responsive types of efforts within startup businesses, and usually those concerns are around people of color that are just getting going, first, second generation Americans that are trying to get things going, right? If they're hindered by organized crime or property types of criminal conduct, we ought to have those types of conversations. And sometimes you got to expect a little bit of an increase depending on what those local jurisdictions are doing for their system response.
Yeah,
And
thanks, Nate. Go ahead, Lisa.
Nate, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I think the thing is, though, is what you're talking about, the illustration that you're talking about provides context. And so my concern is a demonstrated understanding of what things are going on and when to, I think that's totally appropriate. And if that's the case, then just state it, So it's just contextualization for me, showing that the county themselves are evaluating those factors and are prepared to address those. I don't know if you were disagreeing or not. I don't know. We just seem to be the most vocal ones today.
We're the only ones that haven't left for vacation, evidently, No, I wasn't disagreeing with you, Lisa, to clarify. I really appreciate and value context. And going back to, our previous discussion about just us getting informed, like taking on the responsibility of being informed with some of these counties, not necessarily having to rely on the grant writer, to jump through a bunch of hoops that, it creates a delay sometimes in the process. And if I'm being honest, I feel like it's sometimes frustrating for the grant writers, in these areas when we haven't done, our due diligence as it relates to just diving into what they have going on in their communities. Not that I'm inviting any of us to just go to Klamath County, although I know the director there, Aaron Hartman. He's a fantastic host. But anyway, all that to be said, I think we should expect some peaks and valleys, even though they're small in this case.
Thanks, Nate, for the context, and Lisa for the feedback. I think that what we have written down is essentially kind of what you said for GRC feedback, is to provide, that 1 to 2, 3 sentences of context of local factors, that things like Nate described that could be happening, and just kind of demonstrating that. So just get back to where we were. Any other feedback for Klamath County from the GRC before we move on? All right, moving on to Lane County.
All right, so Lane County, pretty far below their baseline, but saw an increase in overall prison use over the last year. If we break that down, it really does appear that that is being driven by intakes. So we don't see, I guess it could be partially from an increase in sentence lengths there. It looks like the median is up a little bit, the spread is up a little bit, but we do see quite an increase in just the number of intakes over that time period. So if we look at this by intakes by custody type, so in addition to prison intakes, which we see increase over that time period, we also see that their probation intakes have increased quite a bit over that time period. And their local jail intakes maybe increased briefly, but appear to have remained relatively the same over the course of the year. And for Lane County, we see lots of positive, negative, zero values across the board, and we don't see any sustained disparities.
All right, Lane County has 8 programs, so we'll go through those and do a little check-in around a lunch break. So the first program is the Justice Involved Women's Initiative. This is an existing program. It uses trauma-informed and gender-responsive practices to support women facing prison sentences or that are on community supervision. So this program's goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Its target population is medium and high-risk individuals charged with JRP-eligible crimes, and all crime types are considered. There is no clarification requested from staff on this program. The second program for Lane County is the Sheriff's Office Work Crew. This program offers court-ordered community labor as an alternative to jail, supporting participant autonomy and connection to work, housing, and family. participants complete physical labor projects and avoid pretrial detention or short-term custody. So this is a new program. Its goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. The target population is low and medium risk individuals, and staff recommended feedback is to provide clarification around the strategies for increasing public safety and accountability metrics for participants, and also to provide clarification around the program's cultural responsivity. The third program for Lane County is their reentry services and transitional housing. It is an existing program, and the program combines transitional housing, peer mentoring, and individualized reentry case planning for high-risk individuals leaving custody. The program goals are to reduce recidivism, and its target population is medium and high-risk individuals charged with JRP-eligible crimes, and staff do not have any clarifications requested for this program. The fourth program is the pretrial electronic monitoring program. This is an existing program. This program provides GPS tracking for individuals released pretrial, ensuring accountability while supporting housing, employment, and community connection. Its goals are to reduce prison usage and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low and medium risk individuals. And staff feedback is to provide clarity on how the program provides culturally responsive strategies with specific examples. And the fifth program is the Public Defender Services of Lane County Case Manager Program. This is a new program. So a new case manager model. This program is a new case manager model embedded within the public defender's office. It aims to stabilize clients through referrals, like housing, mental health, and treatment, and improve legal outcomes through attorney-led mitigation planning. The JRP goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals. And staff's recommended feedback is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels at any point. The sixth program is the Collaborative and Data-Driven LIPSIC. This is an existing program. So this program supports the LIPSIC strategic work through staffing, committee coordination, and community engagement. Its focus areas include reentry, racial equity, and system-level policy change. So JRP goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Target population is low to high risk individuals, and staff do not have any clarifications for this program. The seventh program for Lane County is their community mediation services in the DA's office. This is an existing program, and this program facilitates dialogues, case management, and trauma-informed supports that help participants address harm and avoid incarceration. It has high completion rates and culturally specific practices that support program success. Its program goals are to reduce prison usage and reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals. And recommended feedback from staff is to clarify if program mixes risk levels, clarify who is eligible to be referred to this program from the DA's office, clarify at what point in the individual system involvement that clients are referred to the program, and what occurs when they complete the program. And then lastly, clarify which validated risk assessments CDR uses. And the last program is their batter intervention program. This is an existing program, and it offers a validated treatment model alongside tailored supervision and victim safety planning. Services are inclusive of LGBTQ+ individuals and provided in multiple languages through Emergence, a program they coordinate with. The JRP goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. The target population is medium and high risk individuals, and staff do not have any clarifications at this time. So that being the last program for Lane County, would the GRC like to adopt or change any of the staff feedback or add any additional feedback? Yes, Nate.
On the work crew program on Lane County that was described a couple of slides prior to, I think, is that the same as community service, or is it integrated within community service? That's my first question. And then, um, did we change in terms of the Constitution a couple years ago, involuntary servitude? We got rid of that, right? In the state of Oregon, and I'm wondering how that might translate. So two questions: is it community service and uh, ordered by the court, and then is it? I'm guessing. I know Rob the vet down there. I'm sure he's vetted this, and but um, wondering how that looks in terms of optics.
Right, the involuntary servitude component and how that aligns. Okay, so those two pieces of feedback and addressing those in the narrative, we will add. And I am doing a quick check just to make sure that if they mentioned it being part of community service in their application before we move on.
I find really good value in these types of programs with community service, by the way, because it teaches people that adults on supervision good skills that don't necessarily uh, they're usually not available to all people. Like showing up on time, that's a skill, right? Being prepared for work, that's a skill that needs to be encouraged. And then working the entire whatever shift it is, those are employable types of skills that the the community service organizers and coordinators can help with. But um, that I think whoever is writing the recommendation for the feedback on the work crew specifically, um, maybe just highlight those things. These are skill sets that will help people be employed in the communities and move forward.
I don't see community service specifically mentioned, so we can just clarify that, Nate. And then to your point, clarifying, ensuring that the skills component is there, and then the optics around involuntary servitude we'll also check for ourselves as well. But any other feedback for Lane County? All right. Okay, so that brings us to 12:05, which is right in our buffer window for the lunch break. So I want to do a check with everyone. We are halfway through the yellow county category, which means I believe we have 8 more counties to go. So we can take that 30-minute lunch break if that feels supportive to everyone, and then do that kind of final push. Is that good for everyone on the call? Okay, so then we will come back at 12:36 and make the final push. Thank you all.
Lindsay, what time we coming back?
12:36.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we'll give it a few minutes just to give a little extra time for people to pop back in, and then we'll go ahead and start at 12:40. All right, we'll go ahead and kick off. Catherine, would you like to go ahead and dive into the data for Lynn County?
Sure. So just a reminder, we're in our yellow counties, and in this round, that really means for counties that are all going to be below their baseline, but have seen an increase in usage in the past year. So that's what we've seen for Lynn County, that they're below their baseline still, although they're approaching it as of February this year. And they saw an increase since February of 2024. If we break down what is going into that overall prison use increase, it looks like it is sort of a combination of the two possible elements. So we've seen an increase in their admissions, although not a large one, and an increase in their sentence lengths. Again, not a large one, but I think the combination of those two is what's really causing this overall uptick. So if we take a look at this by custody type, we of course see that those prison intakes are up slightly, but we also see that their probation intakes are up over that time period, and their local jail intakes are down slightly. And finally, for their probation equity tool, we see lots of positive and negative, as well as zero values for all of these groups. We don't see really any sustained positive values or disparities for Lynn County.
Thanks, Catherine. So getting into the programs for Lynn County, there are three. Their first is drug court participation support. So this program enhances drug court outcomes through peer mentoring, CBT groups, and culturally responsive services. This is an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison use, and its target population is low to high risk individuals. The only feedback for this program from the staff is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. And the second program is reentry. So this program provides wraparound support, mental health, housing, employment, and substance use treatment, tailored to individual risk levels. This is also an existing program. Its goal is to reduce recidivism, and its target population is low to high risk individuals. Again, staff recommended feedback is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. And their last program is Yellow Line. This is also an existing program, and this program diverts individuals in behavioral health crisis away from arrest and into treatment services. Behavioral health professionals triage needs, provide crisis response, and link individuals to appropriate resources. So this program's goal is to reduce prison use. Its target population is low to high risk individuals. And again, clarifying if the program mixes risk levels at any point. So that being the last program for Lynn County, does the GRP or GRC, does the GRC, would they like to adopt, or would you all like to adopt or change staff feedback or add any additional feedback? All right, we'll go ahead and move into Marion County.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so again, Marion County is far below their baseline, as they have been for many grant cycles, but they have had an increase in the past year. So we saw their overall prison use increase from February 24 to February 25. And so what this really looks like when we break it down is that we see a slight increase in admissions or intakes, but what we're really seeing is an increase in their lengths of stay. So we see not only the median increase, but also we see quite a few extra higher outliers as an increase from 23 to 24. And then also, I would just note here that January and February of 25 maybe aren't super informative for this particular case. So if we look at this by custody type, so we do see that very slight increase in prison intakes, but we do see a decrease in their probation intakes and a decrease in their local jail intakes at the same time. And then for their probation equity tool, we see that for most of these groups, we see lots of negative, positive over time. I would say up until the last few years, we did see a little bit of a sustained positive value for the Black group for males, but in the most recent years, we've seen a 0, a negative value, and then a couple of those lower values. So we're sort of back to that, what we would expect below and above 0 for all groups for Marion County.
Okay, moving into the narrative review for the programs. Marion County has 7 programs that we'll review, and their first is their prison diversion program, which is an existing program. This program provides supervision and treatment services as a structured alternative to incarceration. It includes intensive cognitive behavioral interventions, case planning informed by validated assessments, and wraparound services. This program's goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk individuals, and staff did not have any clarifications that we requested for this program. Their second program is their resource center. This provides peer mentoring, mental health assessments, cognitive interventions, and case planning for adults in custody and individuals on supervision. This is delivered through a partnership with Pathfinder Network, and this is a new program. So this program's goal is to reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals, and staff's only recommended feedback is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels. The third program is Marion County Specialty Courts. This is an existing program. This program funds supervision in support of Marion County's specialty courts, which include drug courts, veteran treatment courts, and others. Participants are assessed with validated assessments. Existing program, its goal is to reduce recidivism. Its target population is low to high risk individuals. And again, the only recommended feedback is to clarify if the program mixes risk levels at any point. The fourth program is the Student Opportunity for Achieving Results, or SOAR. This is an existing program. SOAR is a cohort-based reentry program offering peer mentoring, vocational services, and cognitive behavioral treatment. Its goal is to reduce recidivism, and its target population is medium and high-risk individuals. And they must have a history or current Measure 57 property crime charge for this program. Staff did not have any clarifications that they requested. And the fifth program is the Transition Services and Housing. This program offers transitional housing stipends for individuals on supervision, especially those in SOAR and the gender responsive unit or the downward departure cases. This is an existing program. Its goal is to reduce recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk individuals, and staff did not have any clarifications for this program. And its Marion County 6 program is its substance use treatment program. This is an existing program as well, and it funds substance use treatment through Bridgeway Recovery Services and offering individualized care through validated assessments. It offers recovery mentorship, CBT, and culturally specific supports that are included in that program. Its goals are to reduce recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk individuals, and staff did not have any clarifications for this program. And Marion County's last program, their gender responsive unit. This is a new program. This program provides gender-specific supervision guided by WARNA and Pathways to Change, their partnership there. And then participants receive trauma-informed services from staff trained in relational supervision. The unit supports historically underserved women and emphasizes accountability, engagement, and public safety through individualized case planning. The goal of this program is to reduce recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk individuals. Staff did not have any recommended clarifications. And so with that last program for Marion County, would the GRC like to adopt staff recommended feedback or add any additional feedback? All right, we'll move into Multnomah County.
All right, thank you. So Multnomah County is quite a bit below their baseline as well, but did see an increase in their overall prison use from February 24 to 25. And if we break that down into intakes and lengths of stay, it looks like intakes are definitely a driving part of what's happening here, but also we could see a slight increase, and because Multnomah County is a lot larger, and so these bars represent quite a few more cases, we do see that slight increase in the median sentence length could be having an effect as well on the overall prison use increase. We break this down into custody type. Of course, prison intakes are up, but we also see that probation intakes are up slightly over that same period of time, and local jail intakes are quite consistent. So for Multnomah County's probation equity tool, we see that for most groups, we see lots of positive, negative values, zero values. We do see that for the Black male group for many years, it was a positive value, although quite small considering the size of the county, and it did hit 0 in 2023. So more recently, we see sort of that back and forth that we would expect if there were parity.
All right, and that brings us into the program review. Multnomah County has one program, the Multnomah County Justice Reinvestment Program. This is a robust multi-point diversion and supervision model that engages individuals pre-sentencing, post-revocation, or during violation proceedings. The program includes judicial conferencing, culturally specific mentorship, housing, and support navigation. McJERP partners with providers like VOA and Pathfinders to ensure responsive services and tracks racial equity through procurement, staffing, and program design. This is an existing program. Its goals are to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Target population is low to high risk individuals. And the only recommended feedback from staff is just to clarify if the program mixes risk levels at any point. So with that, would the GRC like to adopt or change any of the staff recommended feedback or add any additional feedback? All right, moving into Umatilla.
All right. So similarly to the other yellow counties, Umatilla is currently below their baseline and saw an increase from February to February. They also popped up over their baseline briefly in that time period. So if we break that down, I think this is a pretty good example of both intakes and an increase in length of stay contributing to an overall increase in prison use. It also looks like maybe a couple of outliers were in play here with some particularly long lengths of stay for a few cases in 2024. Breaking this down by custody type, of course, those prison intakes are up some. Oh my goodness. I have the wrong plot here. Why don't we skip, and I will come back to this after you do programs, Lindsay. All right, so if we look at the probation equity plot for Umatilla, we do not see any disparities for this county. And I will pull that up separately or maybe send it to Avery and see if she can get it stuck into the PowerPoint.
Yep, sounds good. I think if you just update the master slide, I can reshare it. I'll just stop sharing and reshare. Okay, so going into Umatilla County's programs, there are 4. Their first program, the day management program, it's an existing program. So this program uses MRT to address criminogenic thinking, and referrals are based on validated assessments. The goals of this program is to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. The target population is medium and high risk individuals. And staff did not have any clarifications for this program. The second program for Umatilla County is the jail treatment program. This is also an existing program. This is an in-custody MRT program that supports behavior change and successful transition to community-based programming post-release. This program's goals is to reduce prison use and reduce recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk individuals. And the recommended feedback from staff is to outline if there are any plans or opportunities to increase culturally responsive services within the jail setting. So Umatilla did acknowledge that, it is in the jail and they didn't have the staff to do it. So just trying to understand if there was a plan or is a plan. The third program is their care program. This is also an existing program. This program embeds a culturally responsive peer mentor in the community justice office to quickly connect individuals to housing, healthcare, and stabilization services. Its goals support reducing prison usage and reducing recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk individuals, and staff did not have any clarifications requested. And the last program is LPSIC coordination. This is also an existing program. So this funding supports staffing for Umatilla County's LPSIC, which helps manage JRP planning and reporting. The program ensures interagency coordination and compliance. Staff feedback includes explaining how the LPSIC coordinator contributes to the goals of JRP and outlining how the program incorporates culturally responsive services and JRP programming. So again, recognizing this is a strategic level. But just having that, what's the good work you're doing? Can you outline the strategic alignment to JRP goals? So that being the last county for Umatilla, or the last program for Umatilla County, would the GRC like to adopt staff recommended feedback or change that feedback or add any additional feedback?
And also, we do have that plot in there now. If you want to, we could show that too while folks are thinking about their feedback.
Yep, let me just stop sharing for a minute and reopen that.
All right, thank you. I'm so sorry for mixing that up, folks. But I have Umatilla in here now. So yeah, as you can see, we have the state prison intakes increasing slightly overall. I mean, we see a little bit, probably technically a decrease there, but again, we're looking at the 12-month running sum, but just a slight increase in intakes. And then an increase in probation intakes also during that time, actually, and a slight increase in local jail intakes as well.
Thanks, Catherine. So kind of coming back to that, any additional feedback from the GRC for Umatilla County's programs? All right, moving into our last county for the yellow category, Yamhill County.
All right, thank you. Yamhill County as well, we see approaching their baseline as of February 2025, and they, of course, saw an increase from February 2024. So what we're looking at here, and I believe that their application speaks to this as well, but is really their intakes have over February to February remained relatively the same ultimately, with a little peak and valley there, but they had one very high length of stay, as well as just generally, I think, a slightly higher length of stay in 2024 than in 2023. And so we just saw that over the course of that year time period, their lengths of stay are driving an increase in their overall prison usage. So here we see, oh my goodness, I may have to see what happened here. I am so sorry about that. Let's skip again, and I will make sure that they are all correct. All right, so for their probation equity plot, we do not see any sustained disparity for Yamhill County.
Fortunately, Catherine, Yamhill County has 5 programs, so we have a little time to get through that. Their first program is the Smart Sentencing program. It's an existing program, and this program diverts eligible individuals from prison using a defendant assessment report that incorporates validated tools. The program provides dosage-informed supervision, in-house CBT, and recovery court referrals. So yeah, this is an existing program. It meets the JRP goals of reducing prison use and reducing recidivism. Its target population is medium and high risk individuals, and staff did not have any clarifications requested for this program. Their next program is the Adult Recovery Court. This is a new program, and this program is for treatment court. So it's complementing SMART, providing 18 to 24 months of MAT, peer mentoring, CBT, and structured judicial oversight.